Wait, is this music still playing? Wait, is this music still playing? Wait, is this... Give me a sec. Mic, media source. Hold up. Alright. Is it... Alright. Is it... Yeah, it's good. It's good. Hey. Figure I'll play some Factorio while chatting. I really like this game. It's nice and chill. Ready whenever you are. Excellent. Hey,
hello,
can
hello?
you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine. Can you hear me?
Excellent. How you doing, man?
Lovely. I'm doing well. I'm going to put us live proper now that I know everything's working fine. Have 2 seconds.
Yep. Let's see. Where is...
Lovely. Okay, so we're live, and now everyone's just staring at a blank screen, so I'm going to give them something to look at. How are you doing, my friend? How are you doing?
I'm pretty good. How the hell do I get this to pull out of the actual fucking... I'm trying to remember how to get the camera to pull out. There it is.
Oh, lovely. It's remembered from last time. I didn't even have to do anything. It's just auto done it into OBS.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've last chatted with somebody on stream, so...
I typically speedrun, but I do a weekly podcast, so I had to remember because I haven't done it in about 2 months because 2021 has just it's been weird. It's been lazy, overwhelming, while at the same time very calm and tranquil. I don't know how I feel about it yet.
Hey, there he is. All right, let's just get this adjusted to a much smaller size. But yeah, my pandemic has been relatively calm-ish, I guess. Just, you know, lots of personally panicking because of nonsense.
Like for me, the Ireland is doing relatively okay, but the major issue is that we have no ICU capacity. So any meaningful spike is it's game over for us. So we have to keep numbers as low as humanly possible.
Let's see here. Let me just adjust the Discord thing because I normally do. There we go. Okay, is that good? Do you hear me?
Oh yeah, I can hear you fine.
Okay, excellent. Sorry, I normally, if I'm doing politics things at all, then what I'm going to be doing is panels, so I just have myself on push to talk most of the time.
No worries.
All right, so I don't know if you really, if you remember the conversation we had on the Breakfast Detective panel, but I remember it was
I remember the sentiment I was getting at, and I remember bits and pieces. I won't remember the nitty gritty details, but I remember kind of the rough disagreement we were having, where I got the feeling at the time that if we were to chat about it, it would have just been a perspective issue where we probably agree on the finer details of it, but it would have been worth unpacking.
Absolutely, and that's why I reached out again to have the conversation, because I definitely agree there. And it's in my, the way I think about it is, it's not that I think that there's hold on. So present problem first. So the idea for the discussion is the left essentially just handing religion to the right, right? That was my understanding of the discussion that was at hand, the subject at hand. Would that be about correct for your understanding as well?
Yeah, I don't remember if that was the specific wording, but that's exactly the sentiment that we were both arguing with. So I'm happy to adopt that framing.
Okay, so my argument against that is that we I think I'm comfortable like wording it as harshly as possible and then asking for a bit of charitability on it if you don't mind. But
Yeah, that's fine.
essentially that religion in itself is sort of or religion, what we talk about tends to be fuck. Hold on. I really suck at wording things.
Oh, no worries, no worries. Something that I always say to people is like, oh, there we go. Okay, I don't know what that was. One thing I usually say to people is like, don't feel afraid to say it badly, and then you can kind of come back and re-amend it. Where I'm not going to hold you to like the specific details you say. I'm able to usually pick up on what people mean, and then like if you think you can say it in a better way, we can then unpack that further. If you want a few minutes to figure out a good way of saying it, I don't mind.
So, yeah, I think I'm just going to word it in the worst way possible, and that is that religion is inherently an authoritarian thing. Religion itself, I think you guys were even sort of acknowledging that religion, when religious authorities get into power, they they tend to really take to the authority bit a lot, right? You guys were talking about how, like, you know, it's not just that American religions do this. It's that like when Buddhists have a large amount of power, when Muslims have a whole lot of power, when Christians have a whole lot of power, all of them tend to concentrate that power under themselves, right? And fuck, how do I and instead of this idea that the left is somehow giving the idea of religion to the right, there is this problem where the religions we tend to think of are more right-wing religions, and we tend to discount these religions that wouldn't be as much so. Things like what people would call paganism tend to a much I don't even want to say less authoritarian, but like less strict, less I don't know how to exactly.
No, I do get what you mean. It's like to be authoritarian within power requires you to have power. Historically, pagans really haven't had power. So if there is an authoritarian bent within them, we just haven't seen it yet. Not discounting that it could be there, but we haven't had the chance to see it. I think that's what you're getting at.
Yeah, I guess sort of. I don't know if I even agree though that religion itself oh boy. No, I was just agreeing with that, and I think I'm comfortable sticking with that agreement.
No worries, because like I was saying earlier, like we can kind of like further walk back some of the arguments and kind of like slowly unpack them.
Yeah.
Because I'm seeing the thread, and I agree completely with the thread, especially the perspective that when we think of authoritarian religions, it's usually the monomix that emerged out of the Middle East that went on to form like the big three, which is like Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, where like they have a stranglehold over what we consider quote unquote our religion, but there's so much more to that conversation.
Yeah, and that was really my issue. It also had to do with, like, I remember. So I vaguely touched on it in that discussion, but I don't feel like it got really followed through well with. I remember you picking up on. You seemed to pick up on it rather well, but maybe other people didn't. Where, like, the way we talk about religion, for some reason, frames religion around the religions we were just talking about. Yeah. Where, like, for some reason, like, we would say, instead of saying that you're an atheist, I don't believe in God. And isn't that sort of a strange framing if your objection itself is to just religion, because there are religions without gods. Buddhism doesn't necessarily have a god, right? So to discount religion with the idea, I don't believe in God, seems to legitimize this specific brand of religion and brand of theology. And this is not just me concocting that on my own. This has to do with conversations that I've had, it would be years ago by now, with other people, with Christians who see the way non-religious people talk about religion as legitimizing it.
Can I say that again?
Sorry. Okay, so when we're talking about being an atheist, one of the common things you will say when you are an atheist is, I do not believe in God. And it's okay. A default framing, right? But it's a bit of a strange framing, as opposed to maybe I don't believe in the supernatural or something more neutral along those lines, because it, to a degree, in this again far back conversation that I had years ago, that I might even be misremembering, was brought up as legitimizing the sort of belief in a deity as the default position.
I get where you're coming from, because it's to reiterate it, because I usually have to, because it's a niche position, and just to explain it out to your chat. My theological position is I'm agnostic. So I hold that when it comes to the conversation about God, I don't think we can actually claim knowledge claims with certainty. And the word itself, like, to me, the phrase I don't believe in God is almost an oxymoron, because I don't think we can have a knowledge claim on it. So the certainty of its existence or not makes no sense to me whatsoever. And I consider kind of irrational. But what's weird then is the religious position on God has a sense of rationality to it, because belief is not based on evidence, it's based on trust. So there's that difference there, where that they can have a personal perspective of that word that doesn't rely on the truth claim, because it's based off of in the way I put it is kind of like leaning into like a sense of a vibration, or whatever you want to call it.
Right.
Whereas the atheist position, like you said, almost has to presuppose the existence of a god to disprove it, and that just feels like you're reinventing the wheel to argue no wheels exist.
Yeah.
And I've always found that odd to me, and atheists hate me for bringing that up.
Yeah, it's been a huge problem for me in conversations outside of the atheist community, because, like I said, okay, That's overselling it. It's been a minor problem outside of the atheist community because, actually chatting with people outside of the atheist community, you don't often get the types who are like, well, you're arguing against God, therefore you must believe God exists in some way, whatever. But
like one of the major problems is because people will discuss God without ever really discussing what the word means to them. It's assumed that all people having the conversation have a shared meaning.
yeah.
Like another one's like that. From a materialist perspective, I think that God is an emergent phenomena. It's societies make gods. I don't think gods make societies. So within that framing, I think it's perfectly rational for a god to cease to exist at any moment because it's intersubjectively held. Much in the same way, think about how many countries have ceased to exist. And it would be ridiculous to say, oh, I believe in Yugoslavia. It doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it requires the concept for you to have a claim on it, and that's kind of where I'm getting at. Where this could very quickly turn into a shitting on atheist stream, but like the part of the issue I have with the very vulgar, upfront, simplistic, reductive view of atheism in how they present it is that it's. Like, if I'm being honest, it just seems like personal incredulity to me. They can't understand how the concept could exist, therefore they presume it's not real, and they adopt that position thinking it's the default, when in reality they've had to invent a concept to disagree with it. And that's amazing. I actually think that's a feat of human thought, but it's strange to build a social idea around.
I am actually what one would call a Gnostic atheist. I believe we have enough affirmative evidence of God's non-existence to posit the claim that God does not exist, and of course that positive affirmation comes from the standard of logical deduction of like, I'm not going to believe every position just because it's claimed.
Yeah.
I can certainly understand why that would be like kind of an annoying, if nothing else, an annoying position, because how do you even begin to argue against that? But it's like, it's the most reasonable position, isn't it? Like, if I were to just take on board that God exists, then I would have to, and I were to take it on board without any evidence, then I would, or if I were to even entertain the idea that God exists, then I would have to take on board all sorts of other incredible claims, right?
Yeah, I very quickly just like want to put it in for a second. We're very off where we were. I have no problem talking about this. This is in my wheelhouse anyway.
Okay.
Will we keep going or will we circle back? I'm fine with either. Or is it important to the point you're putting out? Because if it is, then we can keep going and circle back into it.
I don't know, because I guess I didn't see where it disconnected.
Okay. Well, see, because like the reason why the disconnection immediately happens for me is because God and religion have almost nothing to do with each other.
Okay.
God is a theological existence. Where you've even mentioned earlier, where like that. Some religions, it's
exists without a God.
Second. Or even they would exist with a concept of some sort of supernatural being that our understanding of a God makes no sense to them. Like you have a lot of like indigenous American religious kind of spiritual. It's actually very offensive to call them religion because it's more of a spiritual practice to them. But like when we describe deities or gods, that does not at all align with their version of things like spirits and things like that. So like the first thing that we need to unpack is, because like you were saying there, it's that it seems like the reasonable position, but if I was to kind of like do out the logic tree, the one issue I have is we're presupposing what God means, and we haven't even agreed on that definition yet, because I'm totally in the camp that atheism is the rational reaction to the presentation of the fundamentalist God of he is real, he exists, he is in the world. Atheism is the rational reaction to that God.
Okay.
But that's not the only God in how we conceptualize the idea. Like one of the examples that I give, and this is part of the problem with kind of like how we wade into these conversations. If you look at Thomas Aquinas's perspective of like the five proofs, now I don't think they're proofs, but I think they're very interesting philosophical discussions around the idea. He puts forward the idea that God does not exist as a material object; he exists in the transcendental. For God to be real in a way that we can understand would be the concept reducing itself to being lesser than itself. So now, from the Gnostic Atheist position, what I'm asking you to do is to just accept that you can never see it, which I get is just not good enough for you. But it's another aspect of where there's another way of thinking about the idea. Where I do give credit to your claim, like from the literalist interpretation of like God's in my porridge beside me, he filled me with courage. Now that's bullshit. I don't agree with any of that.
Right. And yeah, that like I guess to a degree I think like the conversation as you're seeing it. So, hold on. Is the conversation the way you're seeing it, then does it necessitate the I guess it's just the presupposition of the notion of a God.
It's the problem. I'm hamstrung by my own theological position because I don't think we can have knowledge claims of the idea. We can just notice that the idea exists.
Well,
and all we can do is talk about the effects of that idea.
Well, but yeah, yes, that absolutely does just hamstring you, and it feels well, again, I'm just going to be very, harsh about it. It feels like nonsense at that point. Right?
Okay.
Because doesn't it then, I mean, if your claim for legitimizing it is that you can't know anything about it, then does that mean we thereby have to legitimize anything that we can't know for certain? Right? Does the way I'm saying that work?
It does make sense. In the way I think about it, it's possible that there's like giant holes in this framework that I have that I just haven't been exposed to and I haven't thought about. But the way I think about it is in terms of like that, the concept doesn't make sense from an individual perspective because religions exist above that individual layer. They seem to be social things. They emerge out of groups of people. So when you have like an individual subjective interpretation of God, you can't be sure that your point of view is the objective point of view. And there's no way of even knowing if two people's idea of that idea are even in coherence with each other. So you end up in a situation where all we have is the outcome of that group kind of almost like self-projecting this idea into the world. But it's not empirical. There's no way of getting two people to agree on a result on it. So I come to the conclusion that no individual can ever really know what the hell they're talking about when they discuss the concept.
I mean,
all we kind of seem to have is that we have the idea of this thing. But no, yeah, go on. Feel free to pick it apart.
Sorry. Yeah, at that point, I mean, don't you run into like the problem of epistemology overall? Don't you run into the problem of like, does anything exist at that point? Is there any reasonable way to say something doesn't exist?
Getting into like Descartes' solipsism. I don't think that's solipsism, but it's like you reduce it down to the idea like that all you can know is all you know. Is that where we're going?
Yeah, like what's so maybe this is a
No, it's a valid question. I can go from there if you want.
Okay.
I think like around the 16th century, that was one of the questions that was asked that put a giant hole in how much of European society was up until that point, where suddenly there was a need for empiricism to like disprove that. And a lot of philosophy that came after that was kind of just trying to build off of Descartes. Now, Descartes' he fundamentally quote unquote proved God using that philosophy, but it's full of holes. But like a huge part of the Enlightenment that came out of that was getting out of the subjective frame and getting into an objective frame in terms of this is the history of science. It's how can we pull ourselves out of the bias and let the data inform the opinion. And what we've come to is that the concept of God is one of the last few things where we've had no way of actually pulling it out of kind of that subjective point of view. And it never really was a problem up until the empirical kind of the empiricism of the age, because there was no kind of competing ideology at the time. Like the history of the first millennia AD essentially is religious institutions forming a lot of power based around these ideals. With the turn of the French Revolution, with those institutional churches suddenly being under threat, it was the first time when I think that idea really started to fall apart, where the only way it seems to exist today is with I don't think it can be proven or disproven. I think we're finding that the term itself doesn't seem to mean anything. It's almost I think that's where I'm getting. I'm trying to argue that there is no proof or there is disproof. It just seems to be this thing that lingers in at a social level that we feel a gravitas towards, but we've no fucking clue what it is. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
or does it sound ridiculous?
Well, no, and I think that's honestly that's just a restatement of the problem, right?
Okay.
Because the problem is that the very idea of God doesn't work. It doesn't make sense. Because that's the agnostic, atheist, whatever position, is that it's not if I were to entertain the idea of God at all, I would have to entertain the idea of things like Russell's teapot and stuff like that. How can I prove that there's not a teapot floating around in space at exactly the distance where we couldn't perceive it, and it's both made of iron and not made of iron? There's no way to know anything if I were to entertain this idea.
No, I completely agree with you. That's one of the major faults with the whole thing. It's why for me I come down on the idea that we have no way of knowing. The concept is useless. Discussions about what God is or isn't is fundamentally dead end. If I sounded like I was defending the existence of God, no, I was just trying to argue the perspective that the subject gets bombarded with the existence of the concept despite having no way of even knowing if it's real or not. That's what I was trying to get at.
Yeah.
Let me quote what I was about to say philosopher. I actually guess he's a philosopher. He has a fucking master's in religion. No, he has a PhD in religion, which are doctorates of philosophy. Sorry, I'm rambling. On day 2 or 3 of global religion study class, when I was sitting in on it, he said that and this can come in with that teapot argument, where we have absolutely no way of knowing if God is real or not, and the question is almost inconsequential if God is real or not, or if God is real. The fact that history bears evidence of people reacting to the idea, that is interesting. It's that that we have a lot of and it's, again, he's not saying this as evidence that God is real. He's saying it as evidence of the concept's ability to influence people.
Right.
And where I get at the idea is, if that teapot, if that concept of the teapot, if wars start being fought over that, then we have to start taking the concept seriously, but not necessarily acknowledging that it's real, if that makes sense.
Absolutely.
It's the ability for the idea to influence people. And that's where I'm getting at with God seems to move societies, even though we've no idea if it's real or not. So the argument over whether God is real or not is kind of irrelevant, but the question over whether God's influence is real is very interesting. And just to reiterate what I said at the beginning, in case it gets misconstrued, I think gods are an emergent phenomena of societies. I think we make gods. In a weird way, I think they're a way of self-motivating ourselves. I don't know what we do or how we do it, but it's that idea which I think that's in line with an atheist position,
It
where
is.
it's like somebody can motivate it to kill another person in the name of God. Somebody can motivate it to love another person in the name of God, and God isn't required to exist for these things to happen.
Yeah, you just have to sort of fool yourself into believing that a factor exists in order to absolutely follow it to all logical ends.
Yeah, and where it gets incredibly interesting for me is that that concept still had motivational power.
Yeah.
Now, we could find out that that actually is just something else, and it's where we're conflating it with the idea of a deity. But what's interesting to me is that like there seems to it's like this is about the most I detach from materialism, because it's almost like there exists this thing in like an abstract form where the idea, we can't access it, but the idea still motivates us for some weird reason. Because I would like to imagine that if we were to empirically prove and like get the knowledge claims nailed on 100% that there's no such thing as God, I'd like to think the rational response to like you should hate X, Y, and Z for God, that would almost like lead to like a compilation error where the person would say, wait, why am I doing this? Whereas that doesn't happen, and I'm curious to know like what bypasses that process.
Oh, I mean that feels that just feels like an intrinsic part of humanity to me. Like we, as much as, you know, atheists might disagree with the very existence of God, the idea of the existence of God is nothing more than a series of stories we tell ourselves and tell one another. So like if
Like at the end, God is a meta narrative at the end of the day.
yeah, God is magic. God's a storytelling device. God, like, if you want a way to say that God exists, just you just have to agree that God's a long-running narrative. God's a series of stories. God's, the Jordan Peterson thing. Because we've always used stories to motivate ourselves. We've always, through all of, I would say human history, but I'm pretty sure birds do it too. We use, we can't absolutely prove that birds are telling stories to one another, but I'm fairly confident in the assertion that birds tell stories to one another, because like, have you heard of like the thing where rooks will gather in circles?
Like if there's a dead rook, you'll see like hundreds of birds around there, kind of surveying the scene.
Oh, I'm actually talking about something a bit more savage than that. They will. So I can't remember like what it was I was reading. So, take this with a grain of salt. But there was like a story that I had heard where someone witnessed like a group of rooks or crows or something sort of gathered around one another, and you would see one cawing just a lot, really incessantly, and it would go on for a while. And it was it would go on for a while, and then at the end, for some reason, all of the other rooks would attack that one, or sometimes they wouldn't. And it was very hard to figure out why this was happening. And it was supposed that they were telling stories to one another. A rook's a kind of corvid, a large crow-like bird. Sorry, someone in your chat asked.
Yeah, you beat me to it.
I'm a huge fan. Because of that story, and by the way, whether or not it's actually factually true, I don't think matters as much as like the idea of the story, but it's a very,
I quickly want to unpack something you said there, because I think you actually said something very important that we've forgotten today. What you just said is the essence of a myth, which is a story that is not literally true, but contains within it a narrative truth that we'd call wisdom in another way. When you were saying earlier, like that, this seems to be like an ingrained, just part of human society where we've always told stories to each other. That's exactly it. It's one of the oldest ways we've learned of kind of like having inherited memory, where we tell stories to each other that may have like a different telling. Like, think about how many different versions of the story you've heard, that they all have like the same narrative point and beat. And it's that idea that there'll be a truth in the story, but it's not necessarily like fact. And fundamentally, that's the difference in history and myth. Myth does not try to be history. History does not try to be myth. Fun fact, you can tell a fascist because they tried to conflate myth into history.
Yeah. The conflation of like our nation's origin story as a fact. That one's always fucked with me. Hearing people talk about the origin of their country, and it always skews me out a bit when people talk too much about Rome.
Yeah.
Because once I hear somebody mention Rome at all, like, Rome itself is almost a trigger word. Because it's just
and
like...
It's, have you studied Rome in any like detail or at all?
No. And I don't particularly, like... I don't particularly care because it's not Rome itself that matters to me. It's the story of Rome, right?
Yeah, and that's part of the problem, because like when somebody says like, oh, Roman history, it's like, what do they mean?
Yeah.
Because there's nearly a millennia of many different entities, many different groups, many different families, political struggles. Are they talking about the Republic? Are they talking about the Empire? Are they talking about the city-states? Are they talking about the Hellenization of the Byzantine Empire? Are they talking about the fall of the Western Empire? Are they talking about Caesar's conquest of Gaul and Iberia? There's so many different things. And it's not one narrative story. And a sidebar that I'm sure you weren't expecting, it's really funny when Irish people talk about like the Roman origins of our Western civilization.
Oh no,
Romans never came to Ireland.
From what I understand, the relationship between something like Ireland and Rome is not. No, I'm thinking Germany. I'm thinking Germany and Rome just not being particularly friendly.
Many skirmishes. The Danube would be Hungary, I think. No, there'd be skirmish along the Rhine with the Germanic tribes. Yeah. Rome essentially said, we just want the lumber, but it's too cold up there, and you're savages, you're barbarians.
Yeah. But when I start hearing a person meme about Rome too much, I start to get very uneasy, because I'm just like, this is either somebody who is heavily influenced by Nazi talking points or KKK talking points here in the US, or it's somebody who is really generally so I don't like to ascribe malice to people, so I like to assume that people are just ignorant about the things they're going to talk about very passionately. They're like very passionately unaware of the trash they're spewing. I
have the same instinct, I guess is the term.
Yeah. It's why I tend to be I try my best. I shouldn't say I tend to be, because that would be untrue, but I try my best to be as charitable towards people as possible, because I know I'm an idiot. I know that for every 3 facts I do know, there's 100 more I do not.
I mean, definitionally, I think that makes you quite smart then.
Yeah, but you understand the underpinning, the underlying sentiment there, right? Like,
well, you've seen the Dunning-Kruger curve, have you?
I've heard people meme about it.
If you very quickly just Google it, what you just said there puts you slightly over the first hump, which is you're starting to lose confidence in your own opinions because you're aware of how little you actually know about the things you know. And it'll take a while. You'll go down in confidence until eventually you'll realize, wait, I know more than like 90% of other people on the planet. Maybe I actually have a right to say what I'm saying. There's I think it's a Mark Twain quote where it's people who know what they're talking about are often plagued with insecurities about whether they know what they're talking about. But people whose introduction to Rome was playing an Assassin's Creed game will be up there giving lectures on fucking 7 million YouTube channels.
Right.
It's so cruel.
Yeah. Also, I love the idea of that as a Mark Twain quote. Just that verbatim, what you just said there.
I begin quoting things and then I lose track of my own conversation and it ends up with like a bitchin' paraphrase.
Fantastic. Yeah, that's exactly how the quote should be. I don't even care what Mark Twain said.
Yeah. If I was to very quickly just kind of like string back in the previous 20 minutes of conversation in, one thing I'm open, it's like I'm not nailed on agnosticism or atheism. The words are interchangeable. Like I'm not nailed onto it. It adds coherence to what is an utterly incoherent like experience to me. So I could be, and this is a perfectly rational perspective, that it literally could be I'm trying to make sense of something I don't understand.
Yeah.
Where a year from now I could completely abandon it. I'm very, very uncomfortable with the certainty of the knowledge claim because like one thing I'd nearly offer as well is that it's possible that like what a god is could be very similar to any empire that existed say like 20 to 40,000 years ago. It's just lost to history and all we have are the remnants. Like all we have is like the echo of the idea. But it's lost to us. It's become. Do you remember at the very beginning of Lord of the Rings? It's like history turned to fact, fact turned to legend, legend turned to myth. It's possible that God is like the footprint of something, and we've no fucking clue what it was.
Yeah, I think that's sort of the best representation of what a god is or was, is that it was a story that got fucked up along the way. It was, Rome literally did that thing. They deified their emperors. My favorite story of such is not even a story about them actually deifying someone, but somebody making fun of it by writing a story where they turn him into a pumpkin.
There you go.
The Apocalypsintosis, I believe it was called. So I said I don't know much about Rome. Everything I know about Rome comes from two YouTubers. Being Sean and Jen and Many a True Nerd.
You could go a lot worse.
Yeah.
Like you didn't say Stefan Molyneux, so we're still okay.
Well, if you listen to Sean and Jen about Rome, then you've listened to Stefan Molyneux about Rome. So...
Yeah. I listened to that Stefan Molyneux Rome video on like I used to have to cycle an hour to get to I was doing like an after high school course to get into university. I guess you call it a community college course. I had to cycle an hour. So on the way to college and on the way back, I listened to that lecture. And I remember getting home, taking off my bag, putting down my phone and thinking, that was a waste of 2 hours. I learned nothing.
Yeah. Yeah. Jesus. I remember...
I learned that apparently women are phenomenally powerful, but have never managed to seize control.
Yeah, that's one of those fucking hyper macho alt-right talking things that I just never got. Although I say it's alt-right, that's as old as it gets. That's as old as history. That idea that women are somehow phenomenally like women too OP, please nerf. And women are weak and supposed to be servile and blah blah blah. Those two things have been perceived by men throughout almost all of history, as far as I can tell. And that seems to be a thing, not just in Western countries.
Yeah.
It's one of the few. It's one of the things with my my own Native American family that I hold umbrage with. That you just don't talk about it. You don't because there are a lot more important issues to talk about, right? When it comes to those, but it seems to hold true in so many societies that there's this really fucking stupid belief that women are both that women are somehow ruining society in really dumb ways.
And it seems so obvious to me, but I have nothing to back this up. This is just opinion, but it seems it seems entirely projection. When, like, if I was to sum up the history of masculinity, it would be desperately ignoring the insecurity of their masculinity. That's the history of, like, the cis man growing up through history. Like, take the Greek origin myth. It's literally about a wife castrating her husband. That's the Greek creation myth. Like, if that's not male insecurity, I don't know what more perfectly describes it.
Right.
And if you're insecure of the other, one of the most natural instincts you have that we now understand is fucking barbaric is you will try to incapacitate the opponent. When it comes to society, men realized they were in, like, a physical position to dominate and suppress women, so they did. We're now reaping the negative effects of all of this. And religion certainly played its part in this, but this is one of these avenues where I also want to point out where religion could also offer something aside of this, because if you look at a lot of indigenous spiritualities, religions across the globe, you always find examples of, like, sovereign goddesses, or like the goddess in general, like the divine feminine, even like fertility goddesses. So there seems to be kind of like we were discussing earlier, where God seemed to be like echoes of ideas in society, where like we're not agreeing to that, but we're saying that it's possible that could be what that is. Religion could end up being kind of like a fingerprint on the record of human society, where at some point women weren't reviled. They were actually worshipped alongside the concept of, like, the father or the masculine. So religion could pay some sort of kind of, like, it could be a circumstantial evidence to the idea that the misogynistic twist in society where women became oppressed isn't a natural state and was actually like a divergence from where we were. Now, we're not arguing that where we were was the natural state either. We're just saying that there's an echo in there that women weren't always the underclass. So there's an argument that maybe that shouldn't be the case. Maybe they shouldn't be an underclass.
So
does that make sense?
I don't think so there's a logical fallacy there that I think is B does not follow from A in what you just said. It is, even if what is it? Even if fuck. So statement A was what? That the religion could help point out. The statement was religion can help point out that women were not always servile or weak or whatever, right? That was sort of part of the spirit of what you were saying.
I'm not trying to worm out of this, but I can very easily just say I'm not implying causation. I'm saying this could be used as a circumstantial causal evidence,
right?
Where it can be used to support a body of work. I made a point of saying that it could be circumstantial because, like you even said, like I get that it does not contain the answer within itself,
yeah.
But it could indicate that at some point in our ancient past, there was an example of the sacred feminine, and it's there's so much that I'm just assuming the audience understands in this. There's a French sociologist called Emile Durkheim, and his definition of religion is probably the most robust and practical one that I found, where religions are ways of societies discerning the sacred from the profane. And profane doesn't mean evil, it just means not sacred. So the fact that you've deified something is, in a way, like the shadow of a fire. Where we're not really looking at the fire, so we don't know what happened, but we know something cast that fire. So the existence of a deity that is of a feminist god, a feminist god, she's a
feminine
liberal
god.
feminist, very happy. Like some sort of like divine feminine, it could be like a cast shadow of a society that allocated some sort of sacred attachment to the feminine. And religions come from society. Societies make religions. So that only would have happened in a society that would have viewed the feminine as being important. So there is kind of like, you can construct a path, but it needs anthropological evidence. It needs archaeological evidence. We would need to find evidence of that worship. We would need to find evidence of like women being buried alongside like important artifacts. But like I
think you're constructing I'm just there's not a great way to say it. I think you're constructing a wrong Rome there. You're just constructing another like weird history that doesn't matter.
Okay.
And this might just have to do with like I have a very flippant view of religion. I think the whole thing's kind of bunk. I think the whole thing's a little bit nonsense, and giving it too much credence gives it too much power.
I'm giving it the same credence that the academic field gives the subject.
What's that?
I'm giving the subject the same credence that the academic field gives the subject. So the question I would ask is it bunk, or are you stuck in a perspective that you hold?
Clarify?
Let me ask this. Have you ever been in a stadium? Are you a sports fan?
No.
Okay, but that immediately puts that out.
Well, no, I can understand some sports references, so you might be able to get me with whatever. You might be able to get me on side with whatever. So,
have you ever heard somebody referring to like their stadium as like being different when there's people in it?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that's a ridiculous concept?
From a material standpoint, yes. Just from an emotional standpoint, no.
Why is it ridiculous from a material standpoint? This seems to be the product of the culmination of human action. This seems to be an emergent phenomenon of people gathering in a place and producing more than the substance of the parts.
Right.
This isn't at all in contradiction with materialism.
Well, but the stadium itself is no physically different, so on and so forth from there. Like the building itself is not a different building just because you shove 10 people in it, right? It does.
If a building's
it registers.
on fire and it's empty, and a building's on fire and there's a person in there, I have a different relationship to that building.
Yeah, but the building doesn't change.
We're talking about the human perception of the building.
Right, and that's what I was agreeing with.
I get where we've gone wrong. When I was talking about like that, when people say that place seems different, I don't mean that it's literally transformed. It's that our relationship to that object has transformed.
And I guess I find it a bit important to point out that's what you were saying, because. That is
a good point. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's sort of I don't know, like I feel like it feeds into the idea for me personally that the importance that we place on religion. Oh boy, how do you word this without sounding really stupid? Because like we treat the importance of religion as being too important. The concept of the importance of religion we give too much credence to, I think.
You could be right, but slightly wrong in the presentation of the argument.
Yeah.
We give a lot of credence to theology, but a lot of religious studies sections in universities have to fight for their existence because they don't insist on a theological outlook. Religion is deeply misunderstood. Religions aren't really about the curation of how a society should be. It's more the understanding of kind of like the ritualistic aspects of how societies come together to understand the values that they exert. It's even there, I'm not explaining it well. I've gotten into so many arguments with Dario Rahim about this one because religious scholars don't have religious scholars can't agree on what a religion is. We've just understood that every society on the planet has some sort of an expression that can be characterized as religious. You would be ignoring the reality of the world to argue that religion isn't real. No, I know that's not your argument. I'm saying that as a fact. It's a thing we've noticed and we're trying to understand it. But one of the things that happened with like the I guess you could date it back to the Roman Catholic Church, to be honest, with the emergence of like Constantine establishing Christianity as like the sole like religion of the Roman Empire. The emergence of the church formulated kind of like a theological grip around religion, where suddenly societies got told how to be religious.
Yeah.
When that's a disgusting, like, yeah, I can't even explain how bad that is, and it done incredible irreparable damage to religion, to the point where like that I'd imagine even like if you look at like the church in Europe, and then if you think back to like your own family's experience with their own indigenous like spiritual beliefs, they're incomparable. Like they're not in any way similar at all, to the point where like a shared identity of like quote unquote religion, there's the only thing linking them is the name. And this is one of the, like Max Weber pointed this out in terms of like the institution of the church made religion inseparable from theology within the expression in the European tradition.
Yeah.
And even Marx argued this, where like we need to untangle religion from the authoritative state of kind of like how classes form around dictating to society. Sorry, I'm running out of breath. It's like we need to rediscover an authentic form of religious expression because we've been so wrapped up in a theological expression. Like, I'll say this and I'll let it go. You have this problem in terms of how people think about Islam in the Middle East. There is a fundamental problem of I think theocratic is the term, of like theocratic statehood, where you have like religious states built off of a theocratic interpretation of that religion. Some will say that that's an example of religion being evil. I look at that as that's an example of religion being abused by theology. And like we can disagree on that one, but it's when you said that like religion is given too much importance, I agree with you. If by religion you mean theology, and theology's stranglehold of religion, because religion itself isn't really thought of that much in society, to the point where like most religious studies scholars have to fight for the right to speak on the subject.
Yeah. So I was talking earlier about how I am an anti-theist. I strongly I believe that religion is harmful in itself and blah blah, or I should say that theology is harmful. The reverence of the supernatural, because I do actually follow a religion, and that is Unitarian Universalists, who are a atheist religion, which is I always get a small kick out of.
I don't find that an oxymoron at all, because religions have nothing to do with gods.
Yeah.
Theology is the relationship to God, so you can be an atheistic religious person. If you discern the sacred from the profane, like I take a Durkheim perspective to this. Like if you consider some things important, like there's almost like a quality within itself that can't be explained through the material, where like people make things important, then you can have a religious attachment to that thing.
Yeah.
Like, liberals do it to rights, for God's sake.
I was about to say, I would say that I have a nearly religious attachment to what I think of as humanism. From what I understand, there are attachments to the term humanism that I might not necessarily agree with.
Yeah.
But that's a thing that's been going on in the vegan community. So
Okay, I'm so out of all of the discourse. I sit at home, I read my books, I speedrun games, and I chat to my other half. I miss so much discourse.
yeah, I sit at home. I play video games all day. I'm sitting here playing Factorio as we're chatting. So
I noticed that on Discord, and I just want to share my solidarity with you. You're a good one. Factorio is an incredible game.
it's amazing. I love factory builders. So I like to be doing something when I'm chatting with people. Some people find that a bit rude, whatever. But factory games are one of the few kinds of games that I can actually like focus on and chat with a person at the same time. Jesus, I see people like Destiny or Vosh or whoever play Dark Souls at the same time as like arguing something, and I'm like, motherfucker, you know you're missing something. You are missing part of this conversation.
There's actually some psychological research on this that if you develop your skill at a game to the point where it's muscle memory, you occupy your peripheral senses so that you can direct your attention to the conversation.
Yep.
Where you then don't get distracted by like things in the corner of your eye, because that part of your kind of like your cognitive expression is focused on the game. Like that, I can't play things while I'm talking because I then the conversation becomes a peripheral activity to me. So
Yeah.
what I have to do is I have to take notes while I chat.
Yeah, you were saying that you read like a lot of books and so on.
I listen to a lot of books. I don't want to talk.
Oh,
myself up.
okay. Yeah, man, I've been trying to get book people onto my stream more. But that I have a very specific reason for that one.
Okay.
Yeah. But sorry. That was a huge fucking divergence. I can't even remember what we were last talking about.
We were talking about religion has kind of like I derailed the conversation, so don't worry. You were talking about like that you feel that religion has kind of like an overinflated sense of importance in society that may not necessarily be like the fault of religion, but those within the institutions arguing about how it's more important than it should be.
Yeah, and I definitely agree there. But what is religion if not the people who follow it?
You see, I actually completely agree with you. And part of the issue we have in society, I spoke about this with Demon Mama, where within the continental United States, you essentially have microstates emerging as theocratic control of societies,
Yeah.
where like they have their own bank, they have their own taxation system, which is their collection, where what they do is they instruct a society of how they ought to be, but then they manipulate that religious connection with each other. Religions seem to be a thing that societies do, not what individuals do. That might sound ridiculous. I might have to unpack that, or like think about it more, but it seems to be a thing that groups do.
Religion is so this is part of where I came in originally, in that religion is an authoritarian thing in my mind, sort of, because it's sort of an individual expressing their will through a society, to the best of my perception here.
When coupled with theology, I think that is very powerful. Very possible because of the power afforded to the position of like the preacher in terms of how we structure hierarchies in society.
Well,
but my view of religion is actually the inverse, where religion is a group imparting a perspective on the individual. Where to me, religions are not things individuals hold, but there's another religious scholar student that I know who told me that even there's some religions where that's wrong. It's complicated.
So, what? Let's see. So there is a positive feedback loop between the individual and the society within this within religious structures. Originally, I come out and I say that there's a phenomenon that needs to be explained, because it just doesn't work in a materialistic world, right? In a materialistic world that we understand to exist, that we inhabit, blah blah. So for instance, I'm going to say that storms happen. How do storms happen? Or actually no, I will shut my brain off for this one and go, my house burned down. Why did that happen? Okay? Because we think about, why did my house burn down, intensely. This is a thing that when it happens, it occupies your entire brain. Because it's unfair, right? So how did this happen? Well, we know the house burned down because lightning struck it. Well, why did lightning strike the house? And you can't end at because lightning struck the house. That's not a satisfying answer. You can't end there because I'm not going to let you. This is me as an individual imposing my sort of incredulity on society, right? This is me as an individual going, that doesn't work. That's not good enough. And you can move out from there. So now I have to give that lightning agency. There's now a storm god, which I think natural phenomenon such as the sun, such as storms, these are, in my mind, probably, as far as I'm aware, these natural things tend to be the origin of deities, right? As far as we're aware, as far as I'm aware at least, the origin of deities often comes from storytelling around these natural phenomenon. And it sounds like you've studied religion more than I have, so perhaps you can sort of push back on that.
I don't want to talk myself up. My partner is in her second year studying religions, but I listen in a lot on what she does, so I'm right there with her. I'm just not being examined. What you're saying is it's an overlap of two things. It's teleology and religion. Teleology is found do you know what teleology is?
I've heard the word before, but no.
Very basically, it's assigning explanation to natural phenomena. It's like I said, like a house burnt down. There must be a reason. That's a teleological exercise. It's a cognitive. It's philosophy. We do it all the fucking time. Have you ever heard of like historiography?
I'm again familiar with the term, or I'm familiar with the word, not the term.
Okay. Historiography. It's linked to the term history, but in terms of how you construct history, like what stories do you tell, what figures are important, which primary sources do you include? Like, if we were to like, let's say we collaborated to do a video on the Second World War, the only authentic historical way of doing it would be for us to dig up the census records of every soldier, figuring out all of the conditions that led them to becoming soldiers, tracking the kind of like the ranking routes of them becoming generals, and then studying the interaction between do you see how out of hand this has gotten? Historiography asks, do we need to study all of the battalions or just the general in charge of the 6 million troops? You can tell the story of the Second World War by talking about Rommel, by talking about Himmler, by talking about Hitler, by talking about Goebbels, Leni Riefenstahl, as well as some key generals on the other side. Historiography is how you construct that story. And teleology would kind of come in there in terms of like, well, why does it need to be told? Because like you could argue war is a natural phenomena, so why do we even need to explain it? It's a philosophy thing. But then when you get into the situation where like lightning strikes a tree and that tree catches on fire, and one person goes, holy shit, that's incredible, that's impressive, like that caught my attention now, and then another person comes over and there seems to be this sentiment forming where this is important,
right?
Like that, and they're assigning no moral value to it, but it's kind of like that's hot, this is weird. And this is exclusively an Emile Durkheim perspective. There's many other different religious scholars' way of interpreting this. I'm using a sociology of religion approach with Emile Durkheim to argue that people then started applying a sense of sacred to this, where that this is a thing that's important, that it's more than just mundane. And then a religion can form out of that experience, where society then kind of like cultivates this sense of you should see that as important. And then the unfortunate part of this, and this is the perspective, this is why, like, I'll never disagree with anybody who says that religion can be, not is, but can be a force for evil, because when societies do this to things, if you get somebody who knows how to manipulate social opinion, you can make that group hate anything.
Yeah.
Religion to me seems to be a natural emergent phenomena of humans and groups. It seems to be a thing we do to to a degree. Like the reverence of the mother and the father has a semi-religious aspect to it. Now, white supremacy has made this deeply fucking problematic because it's narrowed the view of what an appropriate family is. When the reverence of like the mother and the father, and let's just expand this out to parent, to both make it non-gendered and to make it non-limited to any particular sexuality. Where the reverence of the parent, that's a perfectly relevant thing to have a sacred attachment to, because we understand that there is a bond between infant and parent of any description, be that adopted, be that like birthed. Like, we get that exists, and that can be an important thing to have. So a religion can be birthed out of that, but that can be abused horrendously. And the part where I'm getting at is the idea that you can have a war god get called upon to siege a town, and the question comes out of where did that god come from? And I think it's an interaction between that religious tendency to assign value to things, where it's almost a neutral on its own, where it's just a thing people seem to do, but as is always the case, we fuck up our own ability to exist, where we've made religion evil and we've made it good. And it comes down to how we want this to exist, and we need to curate that idea.
So I don't. Part of me takes umbrance with the idea of good and evil just in general. Because
I was on the fence about introducing that language.
Yeah.
When I say good and evil, I just mean it as good. I guess when I mean good, I don't mean like essence of the divine. I mean, we'll just take value theory of positive and negative.
Yeah, that's what I was assuming you were doing, and even like, I mean, I run into issues even with the idea of positive and negative, because those are derived from something. Jesus.
I think I get where you're going. Are you coming towards the is-ought gap by any chance?
Elaborate.
The is-ought gap is kind of like a very old problem in philosophy, where I'll give you two statements. There is a glass of water. There is a glass of water in front of you, and you should drink a glass of water. There is a key difference between the two sentences, where one is based in a descriptive perception of reality. The other is a prescriptive sense of reality. Whenever you introduce something should happen, it's what's called it's a normative question.
Right.
But normative questions cannot be derived from facts. So whenever you have a conversation of like X should do something, at some point there's a leap of faith that has to occur there. It can never be drawn back to like a priori principles. At some level there is like a jump, where I think that's what you were getting at, where I've actually ran myself into a corner. I don't remember what you were saying, but it sounded like that's where it was going.
Maybe like, so the idea of actually, like, it's to a degree, I guess it's sort of doing to a degree what you were saying religion just does, because the idea of positive and negative has to exist within a certain framework. Jesus, I sorry, my brain is now sort of falling in on itself because I don't want to end up sounding like a J-Rig skit.
No worries.
But the hold on. So the problem I have with the idea of things being good in general is that you have to go ahead and presuppose a whole lot of junk up front. And that presupposition, I guess, it's like it's a very weird presupposition, because
there's something fundamentally irrational about it, but we don't like to think of it as such because, well, it seems to have. I'd like to say it seems to have positive benefits, but even there, I have to invoke the very concept to explain it.
Yeah, and now, mind you, I don't think evoking a concept to explain itself is entirely bad. At some point we have to give in that disease exists, because
most of my friends are writers, so I got told to never explain a word with the same word.
The thing is,
it's a game we played.
The thing is, ask them to explain a disease. Just, what is disease? At some point, you have to explain a word sort of by itself, because either you just can't operate on a certain logical level, or something, along those lines. I actually,
at some level, we need to assign a concept, and in that concept is kind of like, it's like a basket where, like, when I say this, these are the list of things I mean. So a basket is a basket. At some point, it gets tautological.
Yeah. I actually, have you ever, so I'm a complete fucking weirdo. Have you ever tried communicating with somebody without saying words? And I mean, you can still make noises. It just can't be in any language either person knows.
This is either unfortunate or perfect. Years and years ago, when I was like 7 or 8, I went on holidays to like somewhere, and I struck up a friendship with a boy, and we did not share a language. Like, we pointed at things, like we gestured, like we made noises, but we had know each other, what each other were saying, but we had an inkling of what each other wanted.
And you developed a language. You likely developed an entire...
That's giving me way more credit than I deserve.
No. The thing is, that's true.
No, I get you. Yeah. We developed almost like a cipher, where it's kind of like, this means this means this.
Yeah. Honestly, what the hell? Oh. I forgot I changed my notifications, so somebody just followed. Hey, thanks for the follow, actually, Steak. Yeah, so...
Do you mind if you could just give me 2 seconds? I just need to run to the bathroom.
Yep.
Right, I'll be back in 2 seconds.
How you guys doing? I'm doing pretty good today. I'm enjoying some Factorio and enjoying discussing the very concept of religion and how weird and annoying it can be with ZahnZee here. Religion can be really cool. It's just often annoying. I am from a family of, like, liars and con people and con men. So, or my grandfather was a con man. So, I am inherently suspicious. You're a Hindu. Awesome. Yeah, I'm the grandson of a con man and a deacon, and not gonna lie, it's hard for me to tell the difference. Oh, he wasn't religious. my con man grandfather was not a religious man, actually. That was what caused part of the fallout in the relationship that gave birth to my dad. He wasn't religious in the way that, say, ZahnZee and I are talking about religion. No, I am...
I'm back, Chip.
Well, okay. Sorry, I'm just chatting with someone in my chat here. So...
No worries. Feel free to finish the train of thought.
I'm not... I guess I guess it's just easiest to say I'm not religious at all. I am an anti-theist. Okay, so I wouldn't be religious in the way a Hindu would think of religion. I believe in the inherent good, not the inherent goodness, the inherent value of humans. That's one of my axioms. I believe that even if a human were a complete and utter monster, you know, they'd still be worth something. But I'm not in any way, like, I don't follow any sort of supernatural or theological tenets. All of my ideas flow outward from other principles I believe I can support.
This is a leading question. I want you to know that from the very beginning.
Nope.
When you say I'm not religious, would that be an equivalent statement to I don't follow any particular church?
So the reason,
or is it more than that?
the reason I qualify it as I'm not religious in the way of a Hindu or someone might think of it is because I am an anti-theist, right? So
Okay, yeah.
I make this positive assertion about the world. And the person in my chat's Hindu. So Christians would probably still call me religious because I make this positive assertion about the world without what other people would see as factual backing for it. Right?
I think I didn't pick up on the latter half of your conversation. I got attached to the term. It's Max Weber. One of the things that he outlined in terms of the difference between there's a way I say it, and I say it kind of in, particularly because saying the term like religious expression implies that the expression derives from religion, whereas expressions considered religious points to the idea that the expression is a human form of expression, and then religion seems to be applied onto that, but it's indicating that the origin seems to be the society itself. Many expressions that we consider religious, Max Weber made the point of saying that like the church is but one example of that codifying into an institution. So when most people say I like quote unquote like I'm religious, what they mean is I'm a member of a church.
Yeah.
But that's not the totality of what a religion is. Much in the same way of saying like that. We'll use an example. Saying I voted for the Democrats doesn't mean you're a member of the DNC. These are two very different things. One is an act of existing in a society. The other is membership of that society, trying to create a material presence in that society.
Yeah.
And Max Weber points out that like churches are different from religion. Churches emerge out of religion, not the other way around. But churches will try to tell you that they're the source of religion. Oh God, no. The Catholic Church was a good 4 centuries after the existence of the man. And it sounded like you were then getting into that where like you would still have expressions that, again, using that Emile Durkheim perspective, like you would still have rituals emerge in your life based around the perception that, well, this is worth doing.
Yeah.
And if you do that with more than one person, like if you have a family tradition, it could be argued that that is an expression of a religious kind of concept, but we tend to not think of it that way because it's benign or like that it's not like forced upon you, because that's how we've come to understand religion in the West. Our understanding of religion is fucking like one of the first things you're taught if you study global religions in the West is all the academics will say to you, you need to unlearn everything you know about religion, because what we understand is actually, like, to use Marxian concept, what we have is like a false consciousness or like a form of ideology based around retroactively understanding religion in such a way that benefits the ruling classes of the institutions that co-opt that force.
Absolutely.
We don't have a genuine, authentic religious experience. And we got into it in the Breakfast Detective conversation, but it's like religion is the opium of the masses. He's getting exactly to that idea that what religion ended up being in society was a painkiller and not an authentic form of experience. The analogy I gave was that if you have a broken arm and you take a morphine, you don't feel like you have a broken arm anymore. But then when the morphine wears off, you have a broken arm. So nothing materially has changed. Religion became the morphine as an ideological way of ignoring the conditions you exist within, when the emergence of religion naturally in society seemed to be a way of like a natural painkiller and not as a way to ignore the pain. It was a way of dealing with it until you could fix it. And that's been co-opted by churches. So it's separating those two things out. Where like I would be of the opinion that like deconstructing churches and getting rid of them probably would be a good thing. That would be a force for good. I think if we were to structurally deconstruct religion, I think we would find out that we'd end up in genocide territory very quickly, because we would discover that religion is far more complicated than we think it is.
I think you're a very charitable person.
Oh, cheers. I'm more interested in understanding the world and not applying my perspective to it.
Yeah.
If this makes sense, I originally went to university to study astrophysics, so I'm more concerned by what the world is than what I want it to be.
Right. Yeah. I don't know. So I was talking to actually Steak here while you had stepped away. My family. I have a deacon on one side of my family and a con man on the other. My grandfather was my grandfather on my dad's side. The way he tells it, he was I don't even know what the word would be, but he literally just went around ripping people off for money. He didn't really want to work, so. And it's why I have these what I would classify as very weird mistrusts of people in general. Any form of authority or when people get too collective, I get very suspicious of anyone who vaguely gestures at being in charge.
Which I think is that's a fair, like that's a fair worry. Like even without personal experience of it, I think that's a fair worry.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I am pretty well. I like in workplaces, I'm considered exceptionally hostile, because
I find
as you
nothing but pleasant, to be honest.
well, that's because you've not really annoyed me too much.
Fair enough.
But when I get annoyed with people, I get very hostile. And it's I've had a lot of run-ins with like racist individuals, with individuals who are outwardly hostile towards my central axiom, which is the use the again, I don't want to say inherent value or goodness of humans, because I don't believe humans are very good at all, but yeah, I guess I can say the inherent value of humans.
An inherent belief in the capability of humans to be better than they are.
No.
Oh, okay.
Nope. I don't believe that any individual is capable of being very good. But I think even if every individual was a monster, they'd still be worth upholding. And
Okay.
It's a bit of a reciprocal value thing, right? Because I'm a human, I think I'm valuable, right? So if I want others to believe that I'm valuable, I thereby, if I am being consistent, must believe that other people are valuable. And I've done awful things in the past. So I thereby must conclude that a person who has done awful things can still be worth good. Does that... Yeah, that logically tracks, right?
Well, it's an axiom, so we're right at we're right at the bottom of the logic train. So premise conclusion, like it is valid. Like it can't be anything other than valid. Yeah.
Well, no, you can challenge axioms. You can absolutely say that somebody's axioms are just wrong or incorrect.
Well, no, what I mean is like the axiom as you've presented it, I don't really see a problem with until I start applying it to things.
Well, okay, yeah. I guess that's a bit uncomfortable because it leaves your values in question. It leaves your values vague.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Because like I'm not invoking an absolute. I'm not asking God if what I'm saying is good. I'm asking you if what I said works and makes sense, which also calls into question your evaluation, right?
Okay, run me through it again, and I'll apply that critical framework to it then. I thought you were laying out the basic points so that you can then apply it to something. I didn't realize that it was like, yeah, okay, that was my bad.
Sorry, yeah, no, I might have been saying it in the way you were, and then like literally just lost myself partway through, because you know that happens. But I cannot even remember what I literally just said.
Well, it's like what I've written down is the other, like, humans have value. I, as a human, have value. So even if I've done horrible things, I still have value. So I guess like an underlying axiom would be doing horrible things does not diminish your value.
Right. So yeah. I'm a person. I've done horrible things in the past. Therefore, I must conclude, if I want to continue to believe that I have value, that doing horrible things does not preclude one from having value.
Okay. So I guess what I need to do is I need to nitpick on what value means, because this is essentially the linchpin. Is this an absolute value, like a binary value of like, not even binary, it's like, I don't know what the monochrome for binary is, like has value of 1, and there we go. That's every human being has 1.
Yes.
Or is this like there is a base value through which humans cannot recede beneath?
I think I'd go more so with the second, because, you know, I think animals have value as well. I don't know if from current standing, if, you know what? Actually, it may not even be an axiomatic belief, because I can run that back. I can run that back to something else. It's, you know, in how we create value, and because I've argued with one of my, my vegetarian, vegan friends that
value is such a touchy topic. It's like value theory is a giant area of philosophy. It's so difficult.
Well, I had a friend who he ascribed to hierarchical biocentrism. He claimed he did, and he was like, so, you know, we can eat certain animals if they're treated a certain way, and I'm like, so from that you must conclude that were there a higher being than us in some fashion, you know, if such a thing can exist, that if there were a sufficiently high enough higher being, that they could eat you or your children or something. And mind you, I'm not a vegan, so I do even sort of uphold that one, although that's a very uncomfortable thought to entertain.
Well, I bite the bullet on veganism, where this seems to be the most consistent perspective on us, where like I consider myself a hypocrite because I don't think there is an inherent rational reason to view like the intentional cultivation for the slaughter of an animal to be a moral good. Like I don't think we can do that. But I'm okay with it because we can. So I inherently understand that I'm acting immorally. And the reason we do it is because we can. So I accept that I'm acting outside my morals. But the reason I do it is because I can. All I have to do is walk into a shop, give them this weird coin that's in like a circle shape, and then they give me deceased chicken. It's like if I had to go and kill the chicken, maybe my moral would prevent me, where I wouldn't be able to summon the strength to do it, and then I would just, I don't know, plant some whey and I'd make porridge or something. The convenience of capitalistic society has meant that my morals became less important to me and convenience became more important. So I accept the hypocrisy of my actions there.
Yeah, and that actually comes into my whole, like, I do immoral things, therefore I must conclude that strictly to say that some immoral action exists or was perpetrated, I can't therefore say that this is a not worthwhile human, right? Like, immoral action does not disqualify value. So human is value which you cannot drop below, and that probably has to do with the fact that, you know, I'm probably human.
Yeah. And would we then say that humans have a value, like a base value that they can be above?
Yeah. I definitely think that there's a higher,
which on the face of it is fine. We run into the problem of hierarchy then, because we've accidentally created a value matrix where I even do this myself, and I think part of the obligation of being like a socialist is by ignoring that value matrix and basically saying, just because you have two people in a room where one person is more valuable doesn't mean they get the food. It means both of them get the food.
Yep. That actually has, so I guess part of my moral system, so I would consider myself to be like a hedonist, really. I think that
it's the one philosophical tradition that I actually studied in college, Frank.
Mind you, I might not agree with, you know, all hedonistic whatever, but when I looked into hedonism itself, I actually got really annoyed with people who talk about hedonism.
Yeah, there's this misconception that hedonism is about being selfish. Hedonism to a degree is about curating your future so as to avoid displeasure.
Yeah, and
well, removing yourself from heartache. Like it's like hedonism is more about discipline than pleasure, really.
And honestly, like, so the thing about hedonism that really got me is that really got me annoyed with people is that people do see it as selfish. But when you look at hedonism and you extrapolate out any of its principles, the moment you identify that a second agent exists, the moment you acknowledge that a second agent exists, you suddenly have a moral obligation to do a whole lot of stuff if you're a hedonist.
Okay, and would you argue that people ought to view that as an important quality that a society should govern itself around?
The pleasure of individuals and so on. Yeah. I believe that there's a level. Yeah. Hold on, because there's a level of suffering that you're not allowed to inflict on people. That you ought. So you ought to strive to avoid inflicting X level of suffering on people.
Yeah. And where I'm coming from then is because like you're touching on a common ground with me here, because the moment that idea gets taken by a society at whole and that gets viewed as not an obstacle, that gets viewed as kind of like a societal value that ought to be held to, where like your perceived value begins to drop if you deviate from that quantity. What you've done is you've engaged in a religious experience because it's society wide. It's the curation of these ideas. Religion seems to build upon that idea of when it escapes the subjective and comes into an intersubjective realm. Does that make sense? Or
yeah. I think I'm interpreting it right.
Yeah, like religion on its own is incredibly harmless and benign. Holy shit! When people get a hold of it, it becomes very, very dangerous.
You can't have a religion that people don't have a hold of.
True.
there's no such thing as
yeah, fair enough.
the religious element. So
Yeah, what I said was naive. I agree with you.
yeah, and although I think that naive assumption, portrays that your general character, you seem like a pretty decent person. Though who knows, you could be like a complete psychopath and lying about literally everything right now. But
I'd like to think I've had higher income if I could.
what's that?
I'd like to think I'd have a much higher income if I
Right.
could as well.
But oh fuck, I said the wrong thing. Fuck, what were you saying?
We were talking about the moral system of that. In terms of how hedonism, when you started extrapolating that outside of just the individual that exists, the moment you introduce another, like not an other, but another, like the moment somebody is in your social circle but does not exist and occupies the same subjective frame that you do, hedonism completely transforms into like, how do I achieve what I want in a way that doesn't, like, they won't fuck it up. And suddenly you have to look externally. It's not internal anymore. You have to start looking outside of yourself.
Yeah. Isn't that? Oh God. Hold on. There's a fucking philosopher who gets memed about with this one. Or it feels like it. Fuck. He's the egoism guy.
I was thinking this sounds like egoism, but I've no idea who came up with that idea.
Yeah, okay. Damn it, because you've been citing a whole bunch of philosophers and such, and I'm like,
Okay.
yeah, I finally got one. I've got something I can talk about here. God damn it. And as it turns out, I've completely flubbed that one. Oh well.
I'm annoyed that I am the definition of a jack of all trades. I know a shit ton about a lot of things, but I barely go beneath the surface level. But I always try to make that clear to people that like I'm a layman. I have no expertise in anything. I just have a read. Is it Steiner?
Sterner, yes.
Sterner. Okay, Cyberpunk Rosary in my chat just mentioned him. Is it Max Sterner?
Yes, Maxwell Sterner.
Brilliant. I know the name now. Okay, yeah. So I'm not sure if that changed anything because I know nothing about Sterner.
Yeah. Oh, that's apparently not even his birth name. Who knew?
It's what we call him. It's our name for him.
Right. But yeah, I like the idea that people look at hedonism as this solipsistic, like I'm only going to exist for me philosophy is it's a little bit infuriating because you get taught it for so long that it must be true.
I think solipsistic hedonism is actually quite immature. And I deliberately use that word because it requires an understanding of society that doesn't really consider your effect on it, and as a result, you don't understand its effect on you.
Yeah, like, and man, it's part of why. So my reverence for hedonism is part of why I sometimes will annoy people by referring to myself as a libertarian. Because I genuinely do believe that every individual ought to seek to maximize their own happiness. However, there's a huge qualifier there in that you can't do it by victimizing someone else. Yeah. And I have a rule for society that's just like, if you can improve the pleasure of a person, of an individual, you ought to.
This sounds a lot like rule utilitarianism to me at the moment.
Yeah, I just don't use that term because it sounds pretentious. People
fair enough.
People get annoyed too much when you use the word utilitarianism because people attach a whole bunch of other crap to it.
Yeah, one of the worst things that Twitch philosophy ever did was introduce to the masses the deontology versus consequentialism, because like one, like they happen to just be not axiomatic. They're inverses. They just happen to be in complete conflict, but that's not all there is to moral philosophy.
Yeah. And, well, the thing is, it's not just Twitch philosophy that's done it. This is a problem that I've had even talking to people who have studied philosophy, right? Is that once you're convinced you're smart, you become the dumbest motherfucker in the world.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like
that's the Dunning-Kruger curve again.
Yeah, it's like the moment you become convinced that you know something, you cease to function as a human. And okay, that's really uncharitable of me. You know what? I'm willing to own it anyway, because fuck it.
I fundamentally disagree, but I appreciate the meme.
Yeah. I tend to be very cruel towards people who I see as ought be better than they are. Like, if you have a college education in philosophy and you come up with all these stupid fucking conclusions because you think you know philosophy, you deserve to be treated like an idiot. And I'm willing to take that as a philosophical axiom, maybe.
Yeah, I guess I can draw contention to the deserve part and replace it to can justify. Because I think you come into some very dangerous territory where suddenly what's considered a non-heteroorthodox existence can be argued that you've lived and you've not understood the way to be, therefore what happens to you, you deserve it. Like there's I'm deliberately trying to get the worst version of this kind of axiom.
Good.
To the point where there can be like a really bad aspect to it, whereas if you switch it to can be justified, introduces the idea that it may not be true.
You keep running back into might not be true, but like what area
I'm trying to introduce, I'm trying to unaxiom an axiom. Okay.
Like, yeah, you keep coming back to like what true do you mean, right? Like, are you saying it's like materially true or something? I don't.
Because as I perceive it, it's like first thing is I think I'm very comfortable in the weeds. So I can find myself arguing like 3 or 4 levels above the axiom, and just that's fun for me.
Right.
And I won't go down unless I have to. I think I need to catch myself doing that sometimes. The conversation that we were having for me felt like it was more discussing what was kind of like I can't think of the term for it, but it's kind of like a social value where one that has an education ought to come to the
A specific conclusion.
Yeah, see, the problem I have in there then is because it implies that there is a specific universal outcome.
Right. And yeah, okay. Your contention there is correct. That means I did very ungracefully or whatever. I very poorly put out what I was thinking, because yeah, it's not that I think they should come to a specific conclusion. It's that like they ought to have a better ability to come to, I guess, whatever is closer to materially true. Materially isn't the right word there, but
Well, like I'll try to get into the weeds of what you mean. You can tell me if I'm representing this accurately or not.
Okay.
Where it's if society has the ability to identify a truth claim, it has the obligation to identify that truth claim. We see this in like the scientific method, where if we can know how far away a star is, we kind of have an obligation to find the answer to that. So it comes down to that we have an obligation to identify natural truth claims. And to me, a natural truth claim would be a claim that exists in the objective space. I don't know if that's correct terminology or not. But in terms of like that, like there's subjective, intersubjective, and objective.
Right.
If we can identify an objective truth, we have an obligation to document that truth. And then on top of that, when discussing things related to that, we have an obligation to be in accordance with that truth.
Yeah. Yes. That sounds and feels like an accurate. Yeah. That feels and sounds accurate.
Yeah. So then the contention I would have is: have we established the objective fact for the outcome of that query?
Okay. Yeah. So, but then, okay. So how... So then, would you then say you can't place an ought in this case? Or...
What do you mean?
So, like, if a person is more educated, then they ought to present better information, more factually accurate information. But under what you were saying, it sounds like we can't even say that. Under your contention, that is.
Yeah. No, the contention I was having was that we can't presume the answer we are at is the objective value. That objective value must be demonstrated. And like I say this from like my background in physics. When Einstein presents his theories of general relativity, we can't presume them to be an objective representation of curvature of space-time. We must go out, we have an obligation to prove that that is independent of him, and that if he didn't exist, that would still be in accordance with reality. So we need to empirically verify that idea. We have an obligation to prove that the objective claim is objective and not just intersubjectively held. Which, like, if you're asking me, and this is the hot take I give, I think most of what people think of as objective is actually intersubjective. We just agree it's true, but we've no fucking clue. And that's where I'm getting at, where that when somebody says like that, if a person is more educated, they ought to present better information or factually incorrect information. I agree with this on the surface as like a value. I'm not sure if it's an axiom, because we can unpack and dive deeper into it, because it's the combination of many axioms, like one that a person can be educated. There's an axiom that they can present information, and that if they present information, they ought to present information that's accurate. Like there's a few different axioms coming together into this, where I don't know philosophy well enough to be explaining this to anybody, so just take that as me not really know what I mean.
Do you mind if I essentially run you through this idea?
Just give me 2 seconds. I just want to run to the bathroom.
Humans are hardwired for contrarianism. I don't think that's entirely true. I don't think humans are like hardwired to oppose facts. That's a very big, weird claim. Or were you saying that as sort of a meme? Because if you say that humans are hardwired for contrarianism and then they disagree, and then someone disagrees, you can be like, see, you just proved my point. Yeah. Talking a bit about religion. He's in the restroom right now, so... Ah, okay. Yeah, I definitely... I like the meme. I like it a lot. Though I think the real meme is that, like, to a degree, I guess it's the only statement which, can absolutely prove itself. Maybe that's a bit of an extreme statement there, is saying that it's the only one that can.
I'm back, Joe.
Hey. Welcome back.
So someone just came into my chat saying, "Oh, religion," and I don't know how to break it to them that we've moved on to philosophy.
Yeah, we've still sort of been talking about the subject of religion, I think.
We've both been trying to kind of like link it in to show that how it is still kind of like the meta conversation.
Yeah.
And we're unpacking the different ways society interacts with it.
So, okay. The thing I was wanting to run you through.
Very quickly, are we deducing whether or not it's sound or valid, or are we trying to reduce it to an axiom? Just so that I know from the outset.
I'm not sure, because I'm not educated in philosophy. Everything that I've been sort of putting forward here is like, I have a friend who studied philosophy, and I argued with them a lot. So any of my knowledge of...
Just in case I've been selling myself without meaning to, I'm not formally trained in philosophy.
Right.
I did, I think, 3 weeks of a formal philosophy degree before I had to drop out. Everything I've been talking about has just been me absorbing organically through reading.
Yeah, same. Well, not through reading for me, but because I fucking hate books. They're so goddamn boring. I really wish somebody would turn philosophy into a video game. Just imagine that.
What if I was to tell you that every video game is inherently built off of philosophical choice?
Oh my god, yes! I'm sorry, that is so absurd, and I love it, because I'm actually thinking about even doing a video on the philosophy of Thaumcraft, which starts with the assertion that reality exists, and that this is a radical assumption for any video game to make.
Okay, I like that already.
Yeah, because the thing is, most video games don't assume that reality exists. They construct a reality, but they don't assume one. And so, but Thaumcraft does assume a reality exists before its mechanics come into effect.
I can't go into it too much because I don't know the game, so I have a very surface level response here.
It's a Minecraft mod, and it's honestly, it's the best representation of magic in video games. But all right, so this idea I wanted to run through. Let's say we're in the time of the plague, and the best knowledge that we have is that disease comes from miasma. I know that may not be 100% factually correct, but would you say that it would be moral, or that you could even ascribe moral value to explaining disease from the understanding of the time? Or would it be, more so, would it be immoral to try to pose an alternate, also factually incorrect explanation for the origin of disease? So, we have the assumption that disease comes from miasma, or something like that. Let's say we've got this as our explanation. Is there? Can you? I get. Sorry. Yeah.
No. So what I've written down is that context. We're in the time of the plague. We'll say the Black Death of like 1450 or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't remember exactly when it was. One disease comes from miasma, which that is a historically contextual argument. At the time, they believed that. Now, by they, I mean Europeans suffering under the plague. The golden age of Islam was well underway at that point. They had a different theory of disease. So we're already confining it into that European perspective, which means that anything we come from there is only relevant to that context. So that's the first thing we'd say there.
Yep.
So only relevant to the historical context. Okay. Then I have like that. Would it be moral? Or can we ascribe moral value to explaining these diseases from the understanding of the disease at the time? So I'll just reword that to like, is it moral to is it moral to describe the contemporary understanding of disease? As in the historically historically
so
contemporary example.
This isn't. Is it moral to describe it using using their accepted description? This is to oppose the accepted explanation for the disease in a way that
by
could
accepted
be
definition. You mean our current historically modern understanding of disease?
Oh boy. Yes. Fuck.
Okay. Like I've told you, I'm very comfortable in the weeds. This is my bread and butter. I love.
Yeah.
This so
No.
much.
This is
so much fun to me.
I absolutely love getting this deep into stuff because when you start moving through a lot of surface level stuff, it just gets annoying.
Yeah. It's like, I like the weather. I like the weather too. Do you like it when it rains? Me too. Okay, let's get into global weather and patterns.
Well, what do you like about weather? Oh, no.
I like how it influences societies.
Yes!
The fact that we have seasonal depression, that's kind of incredible to me.
I know,
like,
right?
Something as abstract as water vapor in the air can influence societies to have negative chemical reactions in their brain. That's like right there. There's no reason that should be true, but it fucking is.
Well, man, you can. So, the existence of things like diabetes and high blood pressure could completely. This is an equally abstract thing, but the existence of heart disease, high blood pressure, and diabetes could completely invalidate a lot of philosophical findings if we didn't like try to ground them in anything material, because like in the same way you were just saying that water vapor can reshape society, water vapor in the air can reshape society, your blood pressure can absolutely change how you look at a philosophical principle.
Yeah.
And it's
the thing that we're getting down to is that it's by any chance, have you ever watched Fringe?
Nope.
Okay. There's a scene in season 5 where basically somebody is like, I'm going to use your biometric readings. I'm going to pay attention to like the closing of your iris, and that's going to let me know whether or not you're telling the truth or not. So he does that. And then the person says, it's so amusing to me that you, a human, ascribed all of this meaning to me being distracted by a fly on the wall. And the thing, it inherently comes down to the conversation we were saying earlier, where it's when we apply myth to a story without realizing it, where we've identified a narrative truth. And like this is the dangerous thing about the human condition. Like when I was talking earlier about like how the clouds can influence our mood, we don't know that that's the cause.
Right.
For all we know, it could be got to do with the concentration of photons in a particular area, where like literally the intensity of the luminosity could trigger like the ways a synapse fires in the eye, which could cause like a chemical imbalance that, like, you see all the knockdown effect. We have no idea what's actually causing it. We're identifying correlations.
Yeah.
I made all of that up. I don't know if any of that's true, by the way.
But the high blood pressure thing, that was actually an observation that I made from my friend who is who is the philosophy student that I would argue with a lot. He had diabetes. He has diabetes. He's not dead or anything, as far as I'm aware. But I would notice changes in his the way he dresses, in the way he behaves, and the way he talked about morality. All would correlate to his blood sugar. How long had it been since the last time we had eaten? How long had it been since he had checked his blood sugar? All of these things would change because of his blood sugar, and to the point where I could head off conversations. I could not head off conversations. I could figure out, to a not completely certain degree, if his blood sugar was high or low based on how he was interacting with the people around him and how he was dressed for the day.
Yeah. Here's a basic tenet about natural philosophy that eventually evolved into physics. The world operates through predictable rules, like that there are rules that the world operates under. Like, for instance, it's not like we're not wondering if the sun's going to come up tomorrow. It will come up tomorrow because of a series of rules that we will endeavor to find out. And this is fundamentally rooted in the material understanding of ideology. It's like the sun doesn't rise because in an abstract corner of I have to remember not to denigrate fucking idealism, because I respect it as a philosophical tradition. I just don't believe in it. The sun isn't going to rise because of like an abstract plane of like a temporal form that manifests itself in the human psyche to make the world as it is based off of the influence of the mind.
Right.
I think the mind constructs a sunrise because we see one. The flow of information is from the outside in, not from the inside out. And science is fundamentally built on that material perspective that we as subjects can discern this data that's coming in, and we can make predictions on it. This, like Newton, we remember Newton because he figured out a way of using mathematics to predict nature, like all the kinematic equations, all of that shit. So to me, like everything you said, it's music to my ears as a materialist. Now, I could also just be seeing what I want to see in what you've said, where it sounds to me like you've noticed the dialectic at play, where you're noticing how the material reality is influencing the biological makeup and chemistry that's then producing a reality in his mind that's influencing his perception of that reality. And then he's manifesting in the world a material existence based off of that initial premise. So what he says, and like people miss this, like when you speak, that is a material act because you are influencing the world. Like if use an Althazarian perspective, if a police officer shouts stop, everyone in that room is stopping. Words created change. And that all comes from the material. I don't want to get into Althazar right now, but from there's so much to go into. If we want to go into Althazar, I have to go into Gramsci. If we want to go into Gramsci, I need to go into fucking Engels and Marx. But it's like, for me, what I'm hearing here is you're seeing like the material reality of this person's existence, which is the pressure in his blood vessels is slightly higher. And literally what that means is that could mean that there's a temperature difference, or maybe there's an increased density within the vein, or maybe the blood vessel has a greater volume. So as a result, it's shrinking the available fucking diameter and increasing. Like there's so many like physical explanations. And what you're doing is you're noticing how this is influencing his interactions with reality.
Yeah.
So what you're doing is you're just relying upon the premise that these rules can be predictable. Now, if you introduce all the variables, you're going to be wrong 100 times before you're right, because you can't predict all the variables.
Right.
But you understand that it's not the variables that cause it. The variables are just introducing the different realms of change. But fundamentally, it's like it. I wouldn't argue it's determinist, because I unfortunately fall into the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics. We can get into that later if you want. But like, I don't believe in determinism, but I do think things have like a material deterministic root where the world is the way the world is. It influences you, you influence it. Continuous dialectic, the world changes as a result. I think you're picking up on that in his behavior.
Yeah. And I've I actually have been fortunate enough to like be perceptive enough to see that side of the world. It's why, despite enjoying calling myself a libertarian to annoy people, I
call myself a Republican to annoy people. It's true that I love talking to Americans because of it.
And mind you, I sincerely believe myself to be a libertarian. That is because liberty and individual freedom and such, they naturally flow onward from hedonism. They naturally, like, I have to believe that your individual rights and your good are all derived from the same material whatever that I do. And, you know, despite believing all of this, I love I don't much care for the prescriptions that come from a lot of online communists. I love the descriptions.
Okay.
I love the descriptions from communism, and I love the intention, because the intention always seems to be like an inherently humanist thing. It always seems what I call humanism. And man, I hate feeling like I have to qualify that shit all the time, because it is genuinely like it's not this is humanism. If I were to say this is humanism, I'd be doing a whole bunch of stupid. Because there's certain things that get attached to humanism, like I was saying before, that aren't necessarily what I agree with. Because I do believe that, you know, if there were a sufficiently high enough other form of life, that they could just eat me, and they'd be fully justified. A sufficiently high enough form of life could just do utterly horrendous things and be justified in it. Not that I would ever admit that that thing existed.
Yeah. Because it's like the middle ground that I'd have here is that I'm perfectly willing to acknowledge that they can do it, but I don't think they should do it.
Vampires. You know, if you were to suppose the existence of vampires, ought a vampire drink blood if that's the only way a vampire can survive? You know, ought a vampire feed on humans if that's the only way for a vampire to survive? And I say yes, but I also qualify that human ought kill vampire. And I hold both of those simultaneously, so...
Are we just confining it to that particular? I can like fractal this out unbearably if we want to, but I'm willing to respect the thought and analogy just in its minute form.
I mean, I'm willing to follow it. I've got all the time in the world, man. I'm willing to follow this out to any degree.
The first like underpinning fractal thing that I'll point out is vampires don't exist innately; they must be created. So we come to the conclusion.
Okay, then we can use lions.
Yeah. Okay.
Like, we can use something that does exist.
Yeah. It's like I have to engage with the literal aspect of it. That's
I understand completely.
Okay, we'll take a lion then. Yeah.
Yeah. So like, ought a lion eat another living creature, since that's the only, since that's the assumed only way it can survive.
I think I'm okay with the idea that like I'm going to amend the statement of a lion ought to sustain its nutrient needs.
Okay, so like if we could find an alternative means, then the lion, then at that point, it's no longer an ought. But as long as those specific needs remain relevant, then it does remain. It maintains the ought there, right?
Well, I don't think we can ever get around the ought, because we're essentially asking, like, should animals eat?
Yeah.
The fact that animals eat doesn't answer that question.
Well, yeah, no, and you can just take the position that no, they ought not.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a completely justifiable position.
The anti-natalist argument is very close to that argument. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you can come to that conclusion. I think it's the wrong conclusion, mainly from the perspective that I think you need to fight against so many instincts, almost like coded into like the animal as it exists. Like the fact that you get hungry, it seems weird to me that you need to fight against that. Now, what I've just said there can open the door up to so many other things, which is why this is a quagmire. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I really do enjoy these kinds of conversations. I
wanted to go to university to study political philosophy. I had to drop out because I couldn't afford the funding, but I think I would have been in my fucking element.
Getting into political philosophy sounds like a goddamn nightmare, because it comes with like so much responsibility, and of myself, I don't think very highly. So I think that I'm far too irresponsible of a human. Therefore, I ought not assume those responsibilities. There's probably a better way to word that, but I'm going to go with that one.
I do think I get where you're coming from, but I actually have a fundamentally different outlook. There's a sentiment that I constantly espouse, and that it's try not to think of yourself as one in a community, but one of a community. Try to understand that you are not just an individual. You actively contribute to the jigsaw of a whole. So you may not be what you would consider to be like good enough in a subject to like be the authority on that subject, but you could contribute a critique to a subject so that you will act as a counter to somebody else who you consider to be more knowledgeable than you. So you can act to hold them accountable through the limited ability you have. So you become part of a greater whole. And I think we have obligations. Like, I think we have an obligation to contribute to that whole.
I absolutely agree. If I didn't agree with that, I couldn't find myself arguing for years on end with my friend who is a philosophy student. He's much more well equipped to studying philosophy and espousing the ideas. However, I'm an idiot, and guess what? Guess what idiots are really good at? I can poke holes in anything. I can misuse any philosophical framework because I've got no fucking clue what I'm doing with this thing.
No, I know, I get what you mean.
And by the way, you could almost say that I take "I'm an idiot" as an axiomatic statement, so you don't have to like. I hate when people push back when I say I'm an idiot, because I don't ever say it as like, I guess I do specifically say it as a self-degrading thing that derives from like how smart people thought I think I am. You know, if
Well, I fundamentally don't believe in the concept of like I had a computer science major on yesterday to or was it the day before for a thinking conversation, and we got into talking about intelligence, and we both came to the conclusion that we fundamentally disagree on how intelligence is coupled with things like IQ. We fundamentally do not we do not agree with the idea that intelligence confers some sort of moral value. Intelligence is just it's a state. It's are you efficiently achieving the task you set out to do? If so, you're intelligent. If not, you're not. It's almost like it's.
Ooh.
Yeah.
You know that runs into some problems, right?
Okay, go on.
So that is a slave mentality. Sorry, I've not got a better word for it.
Maybe I should have added this criteria. I'm applying it exclusively on a case by case basis.
Yeah. Okay. But
like intelligence is your relationship to the task you're doing.
Right.
Yeah. Like a forklift is not intelligent at swimming.
Absolutely. I find, okay, so utilitarian is not the right word, but I find that to be an overly utilitarian framing for intelligence. For instance, can an artist ever be intelligent then, since art is... Oh, okay. This might betray a bit of a difference between us, actually. Since art is never valuable. Mind you, I'm actually a huge supporter of art, but art is never materially valuable. And materially is not the right word.
I think we're just going to disagree on materialism here.
I was about to say materially is not the correct word there. I just don't know what is.
Yeah. I very quickly, just to be sure, I looked it up. What I presented, I don't consider a utilitarian framework because I'm not tying intelligence to a moral value of what achieves the happiness of a society. I'm saying it's an is relationship. Like for instance, like if you design a door that has hinges, that's an intelligent door because it opens. If it doesn't, it's an unintelligent door. It's a relationship to its intended task.
Right, and I guess so. I just don't. I guess I'm not comfortable with the idea of a hammer failing to be a hammer.
See, it comes into that actually. I think that comes into my definition because definitionally, a hammer is something that's intelligent at being a hammer.
Is it? I mean, a rock's a hammer.
Because it achieves the task. Yeah.
Like, yeah, it like, oh boy. Yeah. Okay. This is it's probably a personal discomfort because I spent so many years being told I'm an intelligent person and utterly railing against that framing of me.
I slightly want to amend what I said because I think I made a mistake. I'm not saying a rock is a hammer. I'm saying a rock is intelligent at performing the role of a hammer.
Right. Yeah. No, I picked up on that after I started objecting. Which is why I walked that back.
I didn't catch it myself. So like, if you railed on it, it would have been justified.
Because yeah, I've spent I have as far as IQ goes, I have a fairly a fairly high IQ. I've been told I'm an intelligent person my entire life, and I sit here playing video games and have trouble finding a job. So there's got to be something either wrong with me or with intelligence as a concept. And
there's a third option.
Yeah.
There's something wrong with how we ascribe and value intelligence.
Oh, that's just a problem with intelligence. You know what I mean there, right? Like, it's not that
I'm not sure I do, because like it's if if we think that like hypothetically, like I bring a bucket into a room and it's full of water, and somebody says like that, well, that water isn't hot enough for me to like make a stew in. Does that mean that water, that there's a problem with the existence of water? or do we have a problem with what we expected that to be?
Right. Yeah, no, I think in the conclusion, yeah, I think we do agree there. Like I said, it has a lot. The objection comes a lot from being very annoyed with my personal history.
No, I totally get you. There's a phrase that I have that I love, and that it's IQ is a phenomenal measurement of IQ, but to argue that it's related to intelligence is to beg the question.
Yep.
IQ measures a Q value. They don't know what that is. They just argue it's correlated to intelligence. So to argue IQ is a measurement of intelligence is to beg the question. Hence why I say our problem is our relationship to intelligence, not what it is or it isn't. Again, like if you wade into computer science, how do they interpret the concept of intelligence? What's the difference in an AI and a GI? Like, what's the difference in artificial in general? And even when you come down to how you assign fitnesses to things, like intelligence within programming literally is a binary. Either it compiles or it doesn't. Either it does what it's supposed to do or it doesn't. So you could then argue into like if you go into like a form of logic within mathematics. If I was to ascribe somebody who's intelligent when it comes to mathematics is their ability to solve the solution, where again it's the relationship to the concluded value. If I ask you what 1 + 1 is and you get 2, you intelligently solved the task. If you get 3, you unintelligently solved the task. This is not ascribing a moral value. This is us saying you didn't do it right. That's literally all it means.
Right.
Yeah. So when somebody is unintelligent, it's the problem is we try to apply that as a general state of existence when that's just not how humans. That's just not what humans do. Find me like Michael Phelps is an incredibly intelligent swimmer. I'm not sure if he could animate like a Marvel superhero scene. Does that mean he's unintelligent in general, or that he's just an unintelligent artist?
Right.
Like I said earlier, it's a case-by-case specific thing. Intelligence is your relationship to a task or a skill.
Oh boy. So like, part of me wants to argue against that, and it's because of how people apply the word intelligence, because
You'll get no disagreement from me. I hate how people apply the word intelligence in general.
Well, the thing is, so I'm going to make an assumption here, but I'm going to assume that even you do that. That you even either in your personal life or in some.
I feel an influencing factor by the society that I was raised in that will lead me towards replicating that behavior in society.
Right.
But I try not to because I don't agree with that behavior.
Right. Okay. And you can understand why I would make that assumption, right?
Oh, totally. Because like this society came before me, and society values intelligence. So by being a product of that society, again, we talked about how materialism engaged in the dialectic of influencing back and forth. Me being raised, I was instilled with a set of cultural values by my parents that I didn't really choose. So I was instilled with the idea that intelligence is important, but I then later rejected that perspective, and I'm trying to resist I'll use the loaded word. I'm trying to resist the programming.
Right. Yeah. Well, even on a more individual level, there is. How do you even talk about this? Because there's an indication that you likely do it that exists outside of my perception of the society you live in. And I don't know how to describe what I'm talking about. I guess it is fair to say that I assume everybody does it, but there is a secondary level where I assume everybody individually does it, and when you say that you don't agree with the conclusions, there's something that Jesus, I am trying to package this like an entire concept that I don't know if I'm familiar enough with to really lay out well. But like,
No, I get what you mean. I get what you mean. I don't know where you're going with it, but I do understand the frustration, the problem you're having.
So the when you say that you don't do it, or when you say that you have that you don't agree with this conclusion, to a degree, I distrust that. Now, this has to do, of course, with my inherent distrust of other people.
I just want to stop because I didn't say I don't do it. I was very clear in trying to say that I understand that it's a behavior that I've adopted through existing in a society that values it as a behavior. So it's something I've assimilated by existing in a society. What I do is I do not trust it as an accurate value that I should do. I'm deriving an ought from this. I'm saying that it's something that I do not think I should do, so I try not to.
Okay.
Maybe I'm being Weasley. Like what I say is, I probably do it from time to time, but I don't like that I do it, and I try not to.
Okay. No. I didn't mean to imply that you're being Weasley or anything, because I think that the thing is that the core of what we mean when you say that, like, there's the societal conditioning or whatever is true. I like to elevate that in a conversation, because I have often seen people simultaneously espouse that a thing is bad, and then there's this weird secondary function that happens where despite espousing that a thing is bad, they don't just go back into it. It's like they do so in a recursive loop.
Could it be echoing off of what I said earlier when it comes to veganism, where I identify it's a moral wrong, but I still do it anyway?
Yeah.
Is it echoing off of that?
Possibly.
Okay. It's a valid perspective. When it comes to intelligence, it's something that's important to me that I don't do. So it's one of the active things that I try to consciously, I deliberately mean consciously, I don't try to allow kind of like the, I'll just say ideology because it's the best way of putting it. Like
right.
The ideologies that I'm kind of like possessed by, just by being a person alive in a society. You're going to have ideologies that influence the way you view the world through growing up in the world. Like I don't feel that's contentious at all. What I do is I try to. Oh Jesus, there we go.
You good?
Yeah. Hold on. Oh, that explains why. There we go. Jesus, I'm very overexposed now.
Don't like that.
I'm so confused by chat. Somebody came in asking about like Gorilla Gang, high energy chat, Vosh and Zahn getting destroyed in every way, shape and form, infrared cannot be stopped. So I'm kind of like, if any of them had anything to do with this conversation, I might be interested, but it's over there. But like the point I'm getting at is like I identify. It's not that I identify. I understand that there's a set of behaviors that I have kind of like that they're reflexes. They're kind of like there's one word that they're kind of like they're auto nervous. like not automatic, but it's kind of almost like a sense of autonomousness within kind of like surface level thinking, where you habitually go to a set of prescribed social values. Like a really good example is I'm presuming that heterosexuality is just the default norm. That's a value in society that I reject.
Right.
And because I have that individual sense of subjective consciousness, I can try to be consciously aware of what values are kind of like autonomically existing in my behaviors, where I can be aware of these things. Like a good example is like as a human, we're aware that we have preference biases for things, and this manifests itself in kind of like latent racism in terms of preference, where you have kind of those subconscious biases. Now I'm aware that that's unconscious, and by consciously being aware for it, I can try correct for it, and I can try make sure that it doesn't influence my behavior. I think I'm doing exactly this with intelligence, where I'm trying to be consciously aware of the way I view the subject, that I just try not to fall into the habit of echoing back to society the value society tried to put in me, which is that intelligence is this general idea of how competent somebody is in general. I just reject that out of hand. I think intelligence is a specific case-by-case relationship to individual skills and tasks. So when, like you say along the lines of that, while I can think that, do I then do it? If I do, it's when the conscious behavior isn't enough and the unconscious behavior slips through, where if I'm doing it, I'm not aware that I'm doing it, and it means I need to be maintaining a better conscious hold of that behavior, that I need to be paying more attention to myself because I don't want to do it. Is that unpacking it?
Yeah. And
Okay.
and I'm sorry if I seem to like really have been harping on that. I
I just thought it was an opportunity to unpack something. It's fine.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's sort of why I bring stuff like that to the forefront. Personal history of mine involves a lot. I've grown up in Maryland, West Virginia, and Michigan for a pretty long time. There's horrible traditions involving like the KKK and just generally racist shit in the communities around me, and in even in my own family probably. And the best way I've found for me personally to affect those things has always been not to it's never to say that what you're doing is bad. I don't give a shit if what you're doing is bad. It's just to point out that, like, even if I don't have evidence, or if I can't point out evidence of what you're doing, drawing attention to the fact that you might be doing it influences how you act and react within the world, right? Like,
No, you're deliberately provoking ego so that I have a comparative relationship to myself.
yeah, and not, I do it in part because it's fun. It's honestly, it's a ton of fun to point it out to people, but also because I can't think of a better way that I can serve people, the world, than to point that shit out. Because, again, I don't see myself as a particularly intelligent individual, anything like that, despite, constant reinforcement since I was very young of being an intelligent person. I've never felt intelligent, which is a very weird idea itself. The whole concept of feeling intelligent is...
I don't know you, so I don't know if this is accurate to your experience, but it reminds me of kind of like a fable of like, if you're the most intelligent person in an empty room, are you actually intelligent?
Right. Yeah. And like I very much so value the idea and aesthetic of being intelligent, but like,
Yeah.
If-
Like I said, I used to be studying astrophysics. I totally get it. I totally get it. I had to deconstruct that aspect of myself because I had a heavy ego relationship to like being an astrophysics undergraduate, where it's kind of like this is a true story. I would go up to people and they'd be like, "It's oh, what you do? I'm in college. Oh, what you study? Astrophysics." And then they would stumble out of their words trying to get at, oh, that's impressive. What do I do? And I kind of got off on that a little.
Yeah.
And then one day it occurred to me that I'm studying this subject. Why am I getting off on the acclaim of the entirety of the subject when I don't actually know it?
Man, I don't know if you've ever heard of or watched that Mitch and Webb look.
Nope.
It's a British comedy show, and
Okay.
one of the skits has a dude who's a brain surgeon just meandering at a party, and it's the rocket scientist is going around at a party, and he's being introduced by all of his friends. What do you do? Oh, I'm a rocket scientist. And the very last person, it's like, oh, what do you do? Oh, I'm a brain surgeon. And it's like, oh, well, it's not exactly rocket science. No, they sort of just stand around awkwardly like, oh, like this really absurd idea that we've got the rocket scientist, this is like the smartest thing, and then the brain surgeon, which has the same level or sort of acclaim. I loved it.
Yeah, and it's like fundamentally what it is that it's like to borrow a very Eastern fucking concept out of Hinduism and Buddhism. It's trying to deconstruct your ego relationship to reality. Because like fundamentally, how the world views you is totally independent of how you view yourself. So like, if to use the example here is like, if the world considers you intelligent, that means nothing to you unless you ascribe that value to yourself, which is what ego is doing.
Yeah.
So you can just dismiss your ego in that environment, and it's it comes into one of the questions that I've heard like Alan Watts once say, that it's there's no ego trip like losing one's ego, where you then start defining yourself by not having an ego.
Yes.
Where you then have an unconscious ego. That's a huge problem. And I think that's getting exactly what you were talking about earlier, where someone is like, I'm a vegan. I'm a very good person. Excuse me. Like, what, how dare you walk in my shadow while they're eating like eggs?
Right. Yeah, my friend being like, I'm a hierarchical biocentrist, and sort of putting himself in a higher philosophical position, at which point I challenge it with, so there must be a higher life form that can eat you and your children. And then that being a very uncomfortable conversation after that point. Like, it's always the pretension of intelligence has always been a thing that I see as pretentious.
And that's what me, like, Aronach was the name of the person. That's what we were getting at, where it's like intelligent isn't the pretension surrounding it. That's been a misuse of the concept. The concept is very simple. It's how, like, are you able to efficiently solve the task? That's all intelligence is. Very quickly, I just Googled biocentrism. Would biocentrism be, I'm going to try to infer just from reading the introduction to the Google, would it be the idea like that, like if you look at the biodiversity of the planet itself, humans don't exist as like an exalted status of independent where we're different, we're just one of that. And like to Amos Barra from the IDW, like a harm to one animal is a harm to all, because we exist in like a shared state of we're all life on this thing. And it's not some like weird woo thing where it's like I hear animals' thoughts. It's the idea like the living, breathing, biomechanical like existence that is a cow's heart beating is functionally indistinguishable from my heart beating. So why do I consider mine more important than a cow's?
Right. And so this was sort of the philosophical underpinning for his dietary restrictions, which
Okay.
What I was describing was more so like his dietary restrictions.
Yeah. Now, I do think he's trying to reach an ought from an is, because I've just described the way the world is. I'm not sure if that brings us to why we shouldn't eat animals. Because at the end of the day, we then come to the hypocrisy argument that I have. It's we can.
Yeah, and the thing with him is he wanted to live in a philosophically, morally consistent way. He was a philosophy student, so he found that sort of thing to be necessary.
Yeah, what I argue, it's compelling. Like, it's a good underpinning argument, but I'm not sure if it arrives us at the you should do this. Here, I'm just going to run to the bathroom for 2 seconds.
Yep. Why do people consider bugs lesser than animals? Well, it actually, your question within your question lies the answer with that one. Why do people consider bugs lesser than animals? Because we don't consider them even to be animals. Like the idea that we also assume that they cannot feel pain to the same degree as most other animals. Yeah. We assume that bugs can't feel pain. And it's a very unhealthy assumption, philosophically speaking. I actually have gone out of my way in a lot of gaming discussions to bring up the idea that pain isn't what we tend to call it. No animal products. So Pan-Africanisms, one of the fun things there is even under something like veganism, you can still justify eating meat. You just have to stop considering the what you're eating as an animal. Because a lot of our moral systems are based on just arbitrary classifications. Also, welcome back.
Another matter. I can pull together like my issue of biocentrism.
Well, I don't.
If I remember correctly, it's not the position you hold; it's the position your friend holds.
Right. It was a position held by a friend, so I wouldn't really presume to any of the arguments.
Oh yeah, it's like I come to like I can come to veganism without even invoking biocentrism, but I think biocentrism could potentially introduce a lot of issues when it comes to society in general. Like I think biocentrism could deconstruct society at large.
Really? Okay.
Yeah,
I might be interested.
We'll use New Zealand as an example. New Zealand is a country of, I think it's about 6 million people, but it's about 16 million sheep. What happens if you then introduce a system where, because we're all just life, we have an obligation to provide a tax basis to ensure the welfare of each individual sheep, where that society now bankrupts itself?
Well, wait, don't we already do that?
Yeah, but we do it under a capitalist system of paying the least amount possible through a private enterprise so that we can slaughter the animal. The only reason it exists is so that we can slaughter or like harvest from it.
Well, okay, so wait. So what's the actual objection? Is it like if we were to push that?
That's a good point, yeah, because I didn't actually draw the distinction. I think at some level you just have to come to the conclusion that when given the option between an animal's life and a human life, I think you ought to value the human life more. If you don't, I think you run into problems where society could stop being a coherent conglomerate.
So then you wouldn't qualify animals as part of society?
No, I would, but I think we have an obligation for them to not be an expense to the human existence.
I'm assuming that's axiomatic.
I guess I could unpack it more.
And it's fine if that is an axiomatic statement. You know, I am human, therefore I ought value human.
The axiom that I would have is that I do think the human matters more than the animal. Like I guess I do. Like to a degree, I think it resembles the thing you said earlier, where it's like, because I am human, therefore I value myself more than an animal because I'm not. Like I value human more than sheep because I am human and I am not sheep.
Right. Yeah. It's I am animal, so I do value animal. I am living. I do value life, but I am human. Therefore, I've got a third aspect of value.
Yeah. And like if there was a situation where like there's a train hurtling, it's derailed and it's hurtling down the street, and you have the option to save a sheep or a loved one.
Well, okay, that you understand there was a problem there, right? You said a sheep or a loved one.
Yeah, okay, a sheep or just a regular, ordinary person.
Right. So, if a
No,
if
I
a
can
train
see where I'm going wrong. Yeah.
if a train is hurtling down the tracks, and it is either going to kill Hitler or a sheep, which one do you save? Because we can't make this about we can't make this about who you already value in a presuppositional sense, right? Like, do you save Hitler or a sheep? We have to make sure that it's not.
I think I'm being a hypocrite if I don't say Hitler, because then the rest of my moral system falls apart. Yeah,
right.
It becomes preference as opposed to axiomatic.
Yep.
And I'm not happy with it.
It's why I love this shit so much. It's why I love philosophy.
Yeah. And it's like, honestly, one of the things that annoys me is like how many people would have argued around that so that they wouldn't have a soundbite if they'd say, well, I guess I'd save Hitler. Whereas I'm perfectly comfortable just saying, well, if I'm going to be consistent, I guess I have to, but I really don't like that. So I now need to examine my axioms.
Yeah, it's very. The thing is that value is dumb. Like, it's
a weird thing we do, but yeah.
Yeah. It's very stupid, but it's very interesting to hammer on these questions. You know, eventually an animal has to be able to eat, or eventually a life form has to be able to eat you and your children. Is not something you should say to one of your friends, but it's important if you value a level of moral consistency. Which is why I would pose to one of my friends that perhaps they should let their child be eaten. If you had a knife, would you stab a fly? Or...
Oh, I was just about to bring that up because it's like it still kind of falls victim to the mention thing you were saying earlier, where that it's presupposing like a set of events where it's like if I had a knife, would I stab Hitler or a sheep? But then if I had like a random person, would I stab the random person or a sheep? I feel differently about these questions. Like people fundamentally misunderstand the trolley problem. The trolley problem isn't about, oh, utilitarianism is based. No, it's notice how you changed based on the like the point of the trolley system is for you to notice you feel differently about things.
Yeah.
But no, at some level it's Oh, no, let me just upset Rem. No, axioms are stupid.
Yeah. Honestly, trying to attempting to axiomatically ground any belief is dumb, because
I think it's a noble aim, but I'm not sure if as animals we're capable of doing it in such a way that we are then consistent with those axioms.
Yeah, like...
I think we can do it, but I don't know if we can then be held to them.
I actually don't think we can do axiomatic beliefs at all. I think it's a bit of a nonsense idea, because we are already presuming some value that we may not even be able to name.
I mean, I have to agree with that. I was talking about Gnosticism earlier, where I think we have a concept of God, but we have no idea what it means.
Yeah.
So I have to agree with you there.
Like, if we are assuming that we should ground our axiomatic or our values in an axiom, we're like, oh fucking hell, no, I'm doing a thing that I hate, and that is talking what I refer to as nonsense philosophy, which is like, is it epistemology? Is that what I'm getting into? I don't know what epistemology is, so you would actually have to.
Epistemology is related to knowledge claims.
Yeah, like...
it's like, how do we know what's true?
Yeah, and this is like... Well, I'm asking, like, What even level of philosophy are we on right now? Because I know we're in some meta level of philosophy.
Who the hell knows?
It's
Because it's I can derive a utility argument out of axioms, where I don't think the utility is the axiom in and of itself, but the process of engaging in deriving the axiom forces you to engage with the thoughts, so that it forces you to pull yourself down there and examine the threads. So what you've gotten out of it is not the graph at the end of the day, it's your experience with that level of thought, so that you can then call back on it. Like, it's an exercise in moral reasoning, where like the goal is not to get the axiom, the goal is to have experienced that path so that you can walk down that again should you need to someday. Like, the reason you learn to drive isn't so that you can get to where you were. Like if you have a lesson and you go to a shop, the point of the lesson wasn't get to the shop. It was so that you can recall the skills that you learned while driving.
Yep. Philosophy just reminds me of a thought that sorry, I think we've really lost the thread somewhere.
That it's here's the thing. I don't know how it is for your conversations, but this is an average ZahnZee conversation. I go everywhere and I tangent and I tangent and I tangent.
Yes, this is how philosophy gets done, through the chain of goddamn nonsense.
And it's like, at the end of the like, what I'd say is, like, everything we've said about philosophy should not be cited. We don't know what we're talking about. We're exploring the concept, and nothing we're saying is being I was about to say ridiculed. It's not being critically put through a peer review process. So like, we're engaging in philosophy in the way that philosophers would theorize, not hypothesize, where they'd throw out an idea and just see if it sticks, and just see like what bits you can chisel off of it because it's excess fat and it's not important to the idea. But none of this has been peer reviewed through an academic critical process. So like, this is fun, but it's not work, if that makes sense.
Right. Yeah. I definitely agree. Like, but although, do I agree? Because the thing is, I'm not sure that I fundamentally agree. On some level, I obviously I have to agree, because like, to put philosophy through the rigors is important. But I also don't know if I like the academics of philosophy so much. Because like, there's problems with making philosophy too academic, and that is philosophy gets very stale when it gets academic.
No, I get what you're talking about. It's we don't want to allow what happened to mathematics can't be allowed to happen to philosophy, where like some PhD mathematicians pride themselves on the frank uselessness of their work. Philosophy can never get to that point, because fundamentally philosophy is relating to human thought, and humans exist in society. So everything a philosopher does, I think, should in some way relate back to enabling the person to interact with their thoughts. Yeah. I fundamentally believe this. And if they're not doing this, they're discussing like I still think there's a role for metaphysics, because at the end of the day, an emergent phenomena of our interaction with the material world is that we have access to an imagination. We have access to an abstract realm that doesn't seem to have a material basis. Like, I can imagine this call ending. Doesn't mean the call ends. So I can abstract outside of the material. So there's a role for metaphysics, but we have to understand that metaphysics has to apply only to that act. And it's humans doing something. Like, it's not in and of itself an important thing. It's only important because it's a thing we do.
Also, I love the person in chat who's just like, is philosophy just white guys? Honestly, that ends up being my criticism of philosophy so much.
That is a phenomenal YouTube video from
Philosophy tube.
there we go. Yeah, I keep forgetting
Abigail.
Abigail. There, I keep forgetting the name.
Yeah, Abigail is a
I'm
wondrous person.
oh, I fucking love her with a passion. I said that like I know her. Parasociality.
Right?
I'm
It's a
lucky
hell of
we
a
have
drug.
this. It is. Don't ever let anybody tell you that parasociality only exists online. Parasociality is a well-documented fucking study within people's relationships to media and people's relationships to like video game people. We have a parasocial relationships with politicians, for fuck's sake. I get really annoyed when people talk about how like, oh, parasociality is just, you know, people getting attracted to YouTubers. It's like, no, it seems to be a feature of the human existence, and we notice it in celebrity culture.
Yeah. No, wait. Who argues that it's only online? That's
Okay, well,
insane.
Maybe I'm just extrapolating and blowing up a fringe niche position that annoys me.
The thing is, you might be entirely correct, and I'm just unaware of this. Because the thing is, when I hear it talked about, mind you, when I'm hearing it talked about, I'm watching things like Black Mirror, or I'm listening to Philosophy Tube or Wisecracked or something. So the relationship I have to these things is in the examination of them. So, like Philosophy Tube specifically asks questions about our relationship to media. Black Mirror, the TV show, specifically draws on the question of, is spectacle good? So yeah, I have a very particular relationship to these concepts.
And it's I very quickly just want to address something that Murray Man Lamb Sauce TV. What a fucking name! It's at what point does a parasocial relationship stop becoming parasocial? Because that actually is a really good question, and I guess it comes down on how we define parasocial, of whether it wants to be like a one-sided or like an unreciprocal or an unrequited relationship, which I'm not sure I even believe is a thing, because celebrities are aware of their fans, even though they don't have a relationship with them. So there is some sort of, not symbiotic, but some sort of like, there is a tug at it. So at what point do you break down the barrier that exists between parasocial and social? Like, that's an interesting one for me.
Yeah. One of the best examples of this question is, and this is going to specifically call on your knowledge of internet culture. Do Vosh and Destiny have a parasocial relationship?
I'm going to say yes and no. I'm going to argue that they do, and you often see this happen. They end up arguing with the stereotype of each other, but they do actually know each other. They do chat, they do interact. But so many times I'll see Destiny talk to like Vosh TM, and I'll see Vosh arguing with like Destiny TM, where it's the sum total of the collected clips that exist, which are a curated, branded expression of a market demographic. Like everything that Destiny puts up on stream is it's an employment persona at some point, where that could be him, but you're seeing a very particular expression of him, and you're not seeing him in your everyday existence. So Vosh interacts with both. Where you end up arguing with like Destiny the personality and Destiny the person. So I'd say yes and no, and it's how they navigate this. That's interesting.
Yeah, and you can see why I'd say they are the perfect example, right?
Yeah.
Like, they're both content creators, so that entails a very specific relationship, not just to their fans, but to one another. Like, I oh my god, I actually love the idea of using them as your standard for the question of what is parasocial. Because, like, okay, here's another one. I'm a small streamer. I streamed like 2 to 13 people. would then say for instance me and any of my regular viewers who are here in my stream regularly, would I have a parasocial relationship with them? Or would it be that would they have a parasocial relationship with me? Are either of those true? Yeah. Because I view them as my friends. This is a genuine statement of my belief. But that's not true. If you were to look at it in a purely like physical sense, I don't know these people who regularly show up in my chat, but they're here every night, or well, just about every night. They learn about my mental health and my personal history. Our relationship evolves every time we interact. So what then becomes the difference between this relationship and any other?
It's a difficult one to, I feel like I can easily explain why the audience have parasocial relationships, but I'm finding it hard to explain where the streamer has a parasocial relationship. But I'd still accept everything you're saying, because like there are people in my chat who I see them every day. But it's actually no. I think this could come down to it because hypothetically, let's put me into your chat. So like every day you've streamed forever, you see the name ZahnZee in there. If somebody was to steal my account and interact, that parasociality is intact because it was never me you were talking to. It was the name. It was the facade put on front of me of like the moniker of the name and the anonymity surrounding that name, because at some level that parasociality relies upon you almost having a mediated conversation with yourself in some way. And like that, you wouldn't be you would have no idea if I wasn't behind the ZahnZee account and it was somebody else. Does that?
I don't. Okay. Oh, actually, you've already given me a good space to talk about this. So, let's say I were regularly on your show with you as Mr. Nobody's, right? On your side, I have no face, right? Through your stream, I don't have a face. So, I could next week or several months down the line, let's say they start forming a rapport with me as Mr. Nobody's, and then someone else comes in as Mr. Nobody's. Would you say that they then cease to have that parasocial relationship? Does that line up with what you were saying?
I think it does, and it further unpacks the problematic nature of parasociality, because you have a relationship with what you see them to be. At some level, it's I feel like I'm being very kind of like value statement, where it's like it's in some way it's self-serving, but I don't mean self-serving as in you get something out of it, but it's like I actually use a tennis analogy. If you serve the tennis ball to a wall and it comes back to you, that wall ultimately, like, you hit the ball against the wall ultimately for it to come back to you. So the person in your chat, when they're interacting with you, fundamentally that it serves them in some way, because they don't have a physical link to you unless you deliberately avoid all the anonymity. You create that community, you create that connection between people of like giving them access to your life, so that they in some way it's almost like the ball goes through the wall and you catch it and then you throw it back. It's I think you have to deliberately deconstruct the parasociality, because it's inherently parasocial to begin with, and it's like you have to deliberately do something to remove that.
Okay, so
it's more complicated for streaming. It's very simple for something like TV.
Yeah. And that's honestly pretty much been the conclusion that I've heard from just about everybody talking about parasocial relationships. Is just like, it's really hard to talk about because, like, Abby, talking about parasocial relationships, like, I feel very deeply invested in these people who regularly watch the show. Am I in a parasocial, like, am I parasocialing them? Oh my, it's such a...
No, I get you, and I would argue she is. But I think it's a natural part of the engagement. Like, it's like, think like, if you ever read like fiction, think about how many parasocial relationships you've had with characters on the page that they have no way to in any way reciprocate that interaction, and it's entirely self-serving.
Yeah.
I think we as creators do that to the names on the screen, because but even at that, it comes down to where that like even Murray Man Lamasos could right now completely go against everything we're saying and type something out to catch my attention, where right there the ball has gone through the wall and I've had to catch the serve.
Okay.
I guess if I was to pull it into like materialism, at some point you have to deliberately, I guess not deliberately, you have to in some way like directly impact them in a way that they sense the source of the tremor. If you don't do that, then what you've done is you've reflected those waves back at yourself and you felt your own tremor. And what I mean by that, just like you felt the material impact of your existence in the world. If nobody else feels it, then it's parasocial.
Okay. I'm not sure I followed that one.
It was quite abstract. I can see the picture of it in my head, but
yeah, like I feel like I vaguely follow like I feel like I followed part of the way and then like I got lost, you know?
The picture I have in my head is actually, fuck it, I have a whiteboard here. Fundamentally, here's there's just a wall that exists between technology. So you have person over here, person over here. For this to be non-parasocial, that has to go through the wall where like those waves, the person who receives the wave, it has to origin from here. What can happen with like that, if I'm chatting in your chat, you can have that person, that echo against the wall, but then the wall acts as a new origin where, because the wall vibrates, I then sense the vibration from the wall itself, where it's like I'm interacting with the text on my screen, not a person who typed that text. Does that make sense now?
No.
Okay, yeah, no, I need to develop this more because
yeah.
I fundamentally believe this. I just don't know how to explain it yet.
Yeah, and I feel like what you're saying makes sense, and like I was saying, I'm just there's a step where I'm not able to follow.
Yeah, I 100% believe this is. I'm just not able to express this idea. I fundamentally believe it.
Full scope. So then, okay. Let's chase this down with if I'm a mod in your chat, can we have a parasocial? Because now I can affect you, right?
Yeah, you can, but you're starting to break down that wall by having a direct impact on the other person rather than influencing a thing and then I feeling the influences of that thing. Because it's like what I'm trying to get is the idea like that like even here to a degree what I'm responding to is Discord. And we
fundamentally disagree there, actually.
No, I'm trying to unpack that more.
Yep.
That it's like fundamentally what I'm doing is I'm reacting to like electronic signals coming out of Discord. So how we bridge through the wall is by having like I'm listening to what you're saying and I'm then responding in a way that you will respond to me. So what we're doing, it's getting through Discord where Discord just acts as a bridge as opposed to the entirety of the conversation. Do you know, have you heard of Turing machines?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, yeah. When you, like, a parasocial relationship to a degree is you not knowing if that's a person or a machine. What we're trying to do in this conversation is, like, in a way, proving we're people. Like proving you're actually having a conversation with a person, and that's how we're trying to deconstruct that parasociality so that it's actually a person on the other end of the screen. It's harder to do that with text because at the end of the day, you may not get that that's a person, and I think we see this all the time where it's no, I think I just need to think about this more because I'm seeing how what I'm saying, it contradicts itself, and it's I lack the ability to explain it, where I'm grasping words that end up contradicting my own opinions, and I'm catching where I'm doing it. But like I said, like I want to develop this theory because I do think I have something here in terms of explaining the idea.
Yeah, I feel like what you're saying, so it does it meets the logical need. It does follow from itself. Like boy, man. Honestly, I guess I do really like this conversation. This is awesome. Because
I find these fun because it's like, on one hand it doesn't matter, but on the other hand, like, I'll remember this and I'll take it with me.
Actually, I disagree there. I think that this deeply matters, especially as we're moving forward with technology. The thing is,
okay, fair point. Yeah,
we're at a point in technology where if we can crack thoughts like this, if we can crack ideas like this, we can. So, I believe that there will come a point where we have to educate people on things we don't know. This is inevitable, because if technology, it can be said to advance, which, in order for this to make sense at all, we have to assume that technology can advance. And if technology can, and it does advance faster, as we have seen, then eventually it will outpace those who are trying to teach it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, where it's, we can right now we don't kind of get lost in the malaise that is the abstract technical, where there's certain, like, social cues that are unavoidable, where, like, I know this is a person because they're speaking a language that people speak.
Right.
We're like, it's like we're finding the ways to, like, it's like, again, like, I love the analogy of you have to break through the wall. I want to develop that because I think I'm onto something. But it's, we have to find it. Actually, it's we're finding, like, fundamentally what language does is it converts subjective to objective to subjective. Fundamentally, that's all language does.
Yeah.
Like, a thought pops into your subjective, you find a way to say that word out loud so it now becomes objective to somebody else, and then they internalize it and transform it into the subjective again. Parasociality is when that can be mimicked but never actually reach the objective.
I find that undersatisfying.
Okay, what I mean is, like, that I can receive an objective signal, but it not actually be from anyone that I recognize as a being from them. I kind of want to just abandon trying to explain this because I'm catching. I need to just think about this a lot.
Yeah. I'm sorry that I'm like really. I'm really pulling on this because this fascinates me. So,
I do appreciate it. You're not annoying me at all. I'm frustrated because I'm so close to having a coherent description of this thing, but I feel like I probably need to invent a lot of terminology to explain where I'm coming from, and then front load that terminology with, this is what I mean when I say this.
Yeah. So I personally, I look at things like the iPhone and so on, and I look at VR, and I see these as sort of proofs of the claim I made earlier, where we're going to have to educate people on subjects we not just don't, but literally can't understand. Because we're going to have to educate people on what a non-physical reality interacts like. And that's not a thing. That doesn't exist, except it literally does. I've touched a non-physical object. I play VR games a lot. So when we talk about subjects like this, it I'm going to say to a degree it's very personal for me, though that's not, once again, it's not entirely accurate. I've got nephews who have learning disabilities, but when I watch how they operate in VR, I'm like, wait, there's a potential for what we might call a genius here that can't understand things. That feels uncharitable or incorrect, but like, there's a chance there for someone who can understand a world I can't see. I'm incapable of even perceiving.
Is it like the idea like that? I just want to make sure I'm not tripping up on something. Is that like when you're describing the thing we can't understand, it's not that thing doesn't exist, but more that like the concept is in a box and you can't peer inside the box.
Right.
So
right.
Our relationship to the thing is it doesn't exist, and it's grappling with that relationship to the concept, because it's clearly real because you're interacting with it, but we have no way of actually peering inside the box to know what it is we're interacting with.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
And the thing is, a lot of this idea does come from video games, because that's who I am. I play video games.
I do fundamentally believe that video games mark like a shift in human entertainment towards, like, especially like video game analysis. Like it's like I know you said earlier that I think I'm quoting you correctly when you said that like art is like, did you say it's valueless or it's worthless or it's
okay, so that
I might
statement,
be misremembering. I'm
no,
not sure
no,
if I want to apply
that is an accurate representation of what I said, but the statement itself is incorrect. Because when I talk about value in that sense, I'm talking about something like a material value. Like, it's not food, it's not a car. And you know, car and food have a specific kind of value. But and art lacks that. So like, art has an emotional value to the entire world. It has an educational value. But like, to say that art is valuable in terms of like, do people need art? Absolutely not. You can live your entire life without ever seeing an art, and it's not like your life would be any worse for it.
It's what do we mean by need here? Because I feel like I can use the example of we don't need it to call into question some material objects.
Like what?
You don't need a Ferrari.
Therefore, absolutely.
Is a Ferrari a material object?
Ferrari is art.
It comes down to how we define. I have a very loose definition of art. Art is anything that makes you confront the human existence. That's what art is.
That's an
very nebulous term.
Yeah, that's a very good and very nebulous term. And
the reason I like it is because we can't agree on what the hell it means. But everyone I've ever heard describe what art means to them follows under my definition.
Yep.
like to me, art is something humans do to in some way try to experience what it means to be alive. We principally do this through imitation, recreation, or reflexivity, which is why most art is in some way dealing with the existence of the world we existed in some way. It's why landscape, portrait, to a degree abstract, like existential, like abstract art can find itself in the absurd. The fact that why do we look at a square and see a square? Like there's absurdism within there where it's dealing with the human existence of why do I look at a world and see a world? There's no reason a world should exist.
Yeah.
And for me, video games are about the most purest expression of art we have ever investigated or ever experienced, because what else is a game except you experiencing?
Yeah, what is a video game except for you experiencing an impossible world that's now possible?
You're experiencing the act of experiencing. That's why like gaming to me is like a fundamental development of like in terms of like gaming as a technology, and I mean technology and just like a tool, a thing we do.
Yeah.
Like to me, like gaming is a useful technique we found to just. It's 25 past 10, so I'm getting to the end of my fuels of how to explain myself. I'm getting drained. I'll have to let you go in the next maybe 15 to 20 minutes anyway.
Right.
But art to me definitely falls into that perspective of just like one of like the most important like social constructs we've ever invented. And the reason why I dispute the idea that art isn't material is I derive this entirely from a passage in. But by any chance, have you ever heard of Marx's thesis on Feuerbach?
No.
Okay. It was Marx identifying 12 problems he had with the materialism of the time, which we refer to as just like vulgar materialism or like literal materialism, when he was saying that the materialism of the 18th century fundamentally I guess like misunderstands the full capability of the material existence, because it didn't acknowledge human action as a material force. To me, like a painting is a manifestation of human labor, and that labor is a material force. And the reason it's material is because it can partake in a material dialectic. It can influence other material actions. And Jacob Geller has a really good video exploring this. He didn't make this point. I am. There was a painting that was just like red for whatever reason, and somebody slashed it because he fucking hated it. There's the example of the dialectic in play where somebody materially created an object that created action from a human being. And to me, art is that mediator in there that kind of like it acts as one of the gears in that flow and that flux. Art kind of like in a way acts as that moving force in human materialism, in how like we act on the world in physical ways. Like we miss that sometimes, where that like things people do, while it can seem abstract, it has a material existence to it. Like speaking about removing rights can cause people to protest. There's an example of something abstract having a material effect. So I would argue that's materialism right there. It has led to the mobilization of people to physically change our environment and our conditions. And I think art exists in this relationship, and I don't think it makes sense. Like I can't explain what I've unpacked there if art isn't a material force. I arrive at a contradiction.
Yeah. So, okay. Maybe. Okay. So saying materially valuable is maybe not the correct way to say it, but like, there's a level of value that capitalism has pretensions on,
Yeah.
right? But it's not material value in the way you just in the way that you seem to describe it. It's this other form of value. And that's the kind of...
Fundamentally, capitalism is orientated towards the extraction of profit.
Yeah. So, I guess it's that art inherently has no profit or whatever. Because the thing is, again, I'm actually not against art. I will actively lash out against people who don't pay for their art. As like, because I think that there's an ought there. You ought to pay for your artwork if you want artwork. Like, it's just, if we have to live in this capitalist world, then you have to pay for your artwork, or else you shouldn't be using it. And that is,
And even to expand upon that, that if you want to break that, you inherit the responsibility of removing from the creators of that art the reliance upon being paid within a capitalist system.
Yes.
So if you want to just steal your art, you have the obligation to introduce a communist revolution. Like,
yeah.
They're the rules.
And the revolution has to come first. You can't, like, in my mind, you can't use the art to create the revolution. Sorry, unless you're paying for it while the revolution's coming about, you've got to pay the artist while trying to push this revolution, using them, because they still have to live within the material conditions that they were inflicted with.
Yeah, you're focusing on the needs of the worker, which I think is the correct thing to do here.
Yeah, like, there was a whole fucking kerfuffle with Hassan a while back where, like, he wasn't paying.
I remember that, yeah.
Yeah, and, like, that was one of those things. That shit drives me nuts. No, you don't, like, yeah, no, I gave them a computer. No, that's fine. You can give them a computer, but still fucking pay your worker. Like...
Yeah, what he did there is he just exchanged capital to a worker. He didn't actually adequately compensate their labor.
Yeah, and mind you, like, I ought to, in my mind, I ought to put my sort of biases out there. I'm not a big fan of affirmation, so I don't like Hassan. I think that he's... I'll put it.
I've honestly never watched his stream. I see clips every now and then, but it's. I'm an Irish Republican existing within the context of the island of Ireland, and I deal with a material struggle unique to the island of Ireland, with an anti-imperialist struggle with the British Crown occupying 6 counties. Nothing Hassan has ever said has moved me in any way.
Yeah,
he doesn't deal with my existence.
Yeah, he's so he tends to, like, just be a force of affirmation for people, which is, you know, it's nice. It's nice to feel that sometimes, but also you can't spend all day masturbating. You know, you eventually do have to get up and deal with stuff, and I feel like he really he sort of fails on that front. Yeah, you know what? I shouldn't just shit on people.
Well, no, you're getting at a core principle that I hold, which is your politics are what you do, not what you are.
Yeah.
Fundamentally, like what you are is what you put into the world. Like I really believe this, because like fundamentally identity relationships have nothing to do with the material impact of the politics you hold.
Yeah.
They can influence it, but they aren't fundamentally the source of it. The source of all of your politics is the material conditions you find yourself within. I have a podcast where I explore exactly that, left thinking, where I get people on and I just say, without mentioning tendencies, describe the conditions you exist within and explain to me how you came to the left wing. I'm getting at the idea that you're political not because you came across a book one day and went, oh, Marxist-Leninism, that sounds interesting. You're a Marxist-Leninist because of the conditions you exist within. It's not the other way around.
Yeah.
You have an identity relationship to your conditions. Your conditions inform your identity. Your conditions inform your relationship to your political identity. Not your political identity informs your conditions.
Yeah, I like to very succinctly just tell people Marx will not be there to lead the revolution. Because you listen to some people talk and it definitely feels like that's what they think is gonna happen. Is that fucking Marx is gonna come back from the grave and fucking lead the communist revolution.
I'm guilty of this from time to time, but I really want to shut down on myself and other people doing it. If you're quoting somebody because they said it better than you, then you've not internalized it. Like quote somebody because you think what they've said is like a good summation of that point, but it should not be like better than anything you've ever said. Actually, no, let me amend that because I'm being very unfair. Never quote somebody that you can't in your own words say, because then you don't actually know what you're quoting.
Maybe. I don't know if I quite agree there. Because I spend a lot of time. Well, you wouldn't know. No, I spend a lot of time with people with mental and emotional disorders. So like, and I myself am schizophrenic. Like, so it is. If you're quoting from someone, maybe you haven't formed a good enough understanding. But I try to be charitable on that front, and just assume that I'll give them prescriptions of like, if you're quoting someone, you ought to know the material and so on. But like.
Okay, let me try refine it then to accommodate what you said there. If you're quoting somebody to make up for you avoiding internalizing what they've said, then you shouldn't be quoting it.
Yeah, and I can certainly see and feel that one.
Yeah, because that drives me, because like, I like Lenin. I've enjoyed his writings. I've seen some people defend some ridiculous shit with Lenin that I'm pretty sure that his writings would disagree with. like a really good example is I've seen some people arguing like that. Well, you must call yourself a communist. It's it's counter-revolutionary to call yourself a communist. And I'm like, Lenin literally argued reach the people where they are, not where they need to be, and speaks to them in words that don't alienate them.
Yeah.
So if calling yourself a communist pushes the working class away from you, are you doing it for them or you?
Yeah. Oh man. And okay, so I'm not really I would never call myself a communist because that shit's cringe as fuck. No, but like it's
an aspiration I hold, but I don't think it's possible right now. The conditions are way too far from it. But it's an aspiration. Like a communist society is one I'd like to work towards.
Yeah. And I like to talk a lot more about like, what do, cause focusing on like, the glorious communist revolution feels silly. Frankly, like I think silly is really the only way to word that. If anyone actually like believes in the value of a communist revolution, there are members of the KKK who would probably not who don't necessarily hold values that are terribly dissimilar from their own, but that you wouldn't want.
In what way?
So the KKK espouses values of like community a lot. Solidarity with workers is a thing that the KKK actively promotes. Working within your community, mostly religious communities. I feel like I shouldn't talk about this too much because holy shit, it sounds like I'm promoting the KKK. But these are all talking points, selling points that they use.
What I'm getting is the idea that it's what's the wrapper they've tied all these things together in, because without that it falls apart. Mm-hmm. And a communist and a KKK person, they should have a different wrapper. And if they don't, that's concerning.
Yeah, it's a huge fucking concern for somebody who has spent so much of their life fucking I'm willing to say that I'm goddamn obsessed with the KKK because they tend to be white people, and it happens to be that I'm white. So that's one area, that's just one way in which I can fucking hate them, in which I ought to hate them. Because if they're going to use my identity to hate on the people I care about, then I ought to use that as a weapon against them.
Like it's a topic that I'd love to explore and get into at some point, because I don't have time for today because I'm going to have to go off soon.
Right.
But like being Irish, we have a very interesting relationship to the identity of whiteness, because it's only within the last century where we became white. It's fucking ridiculous.
I know.
One of the key things that I have to explain to people sometimes is that the European concept of race is a lot more nebulous than the American context of race.
Yeah.
You're both blessed and cursed with how overt your racism manifested itself. In the European context, racism and ethnicity, in the European context, race and ethnicity are almost interchangeable terms. It took the transatlantic slave trade for the meaning of race in Europe to take on a more phenotypical type, but the examples of racism still fell down along ethnic and kind of linguistic lines. The United States, it was just, to excuse the pun and to excuse the term, it was very black and white of what was happening there.
Yeah.
And within Ireland, like only a century ago, there were signs on British pubs saying no dogs, no black, no Irish. Now, I'm not in any way trying to say that the Irish were held to an equivalent level of black people. What I'm saying is British publicans didn't want either of us. So there was a deliberate exclusion where I'm not trying to compare values. I'm just saying that we both fell in the same category. And for whatever reason, we got out. For whatever reason, we're now not in that category anymore, where British racists, for whatever reason, consider us not the objects of hate anymore, which introduces this really interesting concept of whiteness, which is, why is it so porous? Why can a black person never escape their blackness, but a white person can shed and gain their whiteness? That it's a question that I think like that needs to be explored. And being white, we have an obligation to explore that, because I don't want to be somebody's fucking shield.
Right. Yeah, you never want your identity to become a symbol of racism.
Yeah.
Like, oh man, listening to people talk about, listening to racist Americans talk about Norse mythology, Celtic mythology, any form of mythology, man, fucking listening to people talk about Norse mythology has almost become as bad as listening to people talk about Rome.
Yeah. I feel so bad for people from Scandinavia, because their mythology and their religious expression has been so badly bastardized by white supremacy and Nazism. Like similar to like the existence of the swastika within the Hindu tradition. In India, you'll still see swastikas everywhere, because that symbol is about 5,000 years old. Our Western relationship to that symbol is irreparably changed because of our proximity to its misuse.
Yeah.
And to a degree, we have that same problem with Scandinavian kind of like mythology, because like, yeah, I've lost where I'm going with this one, but it's tragic, because ultimately like two groups of people suffer from it, and that's those whose authentic expression it belongs to and those it was used against, because it still gets used against them. Like Jewish people still have swastikas drawn on their like their doors, and the swastika still exists as a symbol of courage in India. So if a Jewish person goes to India, I mean, they have to untangle these two, but they can't get away from the fact that that's what that symbol means to them. And ultimately, that's what the Nazis did to both those people. And that's fucking disgusting. And white supremacists are, to a degree, doing that same thing, where, like, I get why, and I get that black people will be inherently distrustful of white people, because, I mean, hey, history is their teacher.
Yeah.
And ultimately, this harms them and us, because it's driven a wedge between two human communities, and it's driven a wedge between our collective solidarity. And if we can in some way like heal that damage and fuse those communities back together, like if the cost of this is the expulsion of white supremacy, that's not really a cost to me. I'd do that tomorrow.
Right. Like, oh man.
I've thought about this.
Yeah. I spent my entire goddamn life unfortunately stuck with some level of racism and not so much nationalism, which I don't know, man. People talk about like nationalism and racism being so deeply connected. In my personal life, where like I have a lot of kind of racist family, I guess I haven't felt it. Because the thing is, you know, it's all about feel.
Yeah, I come from a left-wing tradition where nationalism was wrapped up in our socialism. So like the national question within the Irish liberation struggle, it's very difficult to be a left-wing person in Ireland without being a nationalist. But within there carries the caveat of understanding the inherent things that can go wrong with nationalism. Like James Connolly had a great essay on it in terms of like nationalism and socialism that he wrote in 1887. Stalin wrote on this, indigenous versus reactionary nationalism. Typically, the wrapping up of nationalism in racism typically tends to be an expression of imperialism, whereas indigenous nationalism tends to be a reaction to that imperialism.
Yeah.
Like the First Nations in Canada and the indigenous Americans on like the Central American plains, their concept of the nation taken from them and their sense of a national identity surrounding that idea is totally different from the American redneck who basically like struts around in a racist concept, like tooting a fucking Confederate flag saying like, this is my America. They have completely separate national identities. So for somebody to link those two and say nationalism is ignoring the disparate way we experience the topic. But I'm also very careful of who I talk to nationalism about, because I don't want to give right-wing people their ideas for them.
Yeah. No. There was a conversation I had with my uncle at one point where he was like, you know, why is it okay for instance, Nelson Mandela was a nationalist. Why was it okay for Nelson Mandela to be a nationalist? And it's that idea of indigenous nationalism where like he was fighting against an imperialist force. He was fighting against somebody invading his home, and then going and saying to my uncle, getting the fun one-liner of, who do you think is invading, who do you think is invading and taking over America? Yeah. That was a lot of fun. That made conversation with my family very uncomfortable.
Oh, it would, because like the myth of the American nation state that came through the manifested destiny within like a fundamentally like liberal idealist perspective,
yeah,
where because America exists, therefore it deserves to exist. That has just instilled people with like an entitlement to exist. And the analogy I love to use is the example of a house. If say your uncle is just sitting in his living room and I walk in, I kick him off the chair, I sit down and says, okay, this is my chair right now. And he says, wait, you're on my chair now. Wait, hold on. Why are you allowed to have a chair, but I'm not allowed to have a chair? That's his argument.
Right.
It's, wait, I came here. Why aren't I allowed to have a chair here? Wait, no, you took my chair.
Yeah, absolutely. And
here's the thing. He's allowed to have a chair there. He just needs to be willing to share the space.
Yep, 100%.
And that's all land back is.
Yeah. Was Lost Sue in that conversation?
I think so. It's when I first heard about land back, all that went through my mind is, oh, so what Republicans have been asking unionists in the north of Ireland to do since the mid-18th century, which is, for the love of God, stop claiming the land and just live here with us.
Right. Yeah, it's not like some nefarious thing to take over. No, it's just literally like, listen, we live here too, guys.
Yeah. Like my view of nationality is when the people of a place agree to collectively work towards the betterment of all people in that place, and that's whoever should exist there. If an immigrant like walks in and sets up just sets up a family there, as far as I'm concerned, they're now of that nationality because they're working towards the betterment of the people of that place.
Yeah.
I don't have strict immigration controls. I don't think where you're born defines your nationality. I think like the communities you try to better defines your nationality. It's funny, like to me, nationality is very much like a sports team. It's an opt-in, not an opt-out. To be of that thing, you just need to support it.
The American mythos actually, like, is supposed to cover that. It's supposed to be specifically about that. It's the thing I enjoy so much about America is that the American mythos does specifically say, hey, we're the place everybody wants to go. We're the cool kids table of the world. The American mythos is like, everybody wants to come to America, and we gave them the opportunity to do so. And that shit's so fucking important to or supposedly was so important to our national identity.
Yeah. And just to slightly amend that, rather than like, and we gave them the opportunity to do so, it's we cultivated and constructed a place for them to do so, where it's less that and I got that was what you're getting at, and it's because like I'm a Republican, like I'm an Irish Republican. I take my socialism, I take my political governance, my political theory from the Enlightenment ideas of republicanism that emerged out of the French Revolution. The United States was formed as a republic, the same kind of republicanism that I believe in, except it got bastardized into the concept that if I was to sum up republicanism very, very simply, it's the idea that a place should be held in common to be collectively controlled by the people in that commons. It should be for everyone. The American republicanism became, how about the commons gets owned by corporations so the corporations can make the best America possible? And I'm like, that's fundamentally not republicanism. Yeah,
no, that doesn't sound, those two things sound very disparate.
Yeah, like one, if you ever hear a Republican say, we're not a democracy, we're a republic, I'm like, what the fuck do you think a republic is? It's representative democracy.
Yeah.
Definitionally.
Oh man, when I hear people say, we're not a democracy, we're a republic, my response is, why the fuck would you want a republic then? Mind you, of course, I'm being facetious. But
wait, no, you're being so literal that I missed the point.
Yeah.
It's like, well, if you don't believe in democracy, then why do you want a republic? That's what republics are. They're representative democracies. They're not direct democracies.
Yeah.
Like one of the things I like, a republic has like charter for representation where you could have like an LGBT caucus representing those rights at national committees where they just need to meet a quota of their own members. They don't need a national quota. They have the right to representation because that's what republics are. It's the idea that the peoples of a place should be represented by that place itself, and there should be common governance over that idea. So you can have a representative caucus collectively coming to decisions where like the national vote obviously comes down to a democracy, but representation can have quotas within that place. Like who represents gay issues in America does not need to be like democratically voted by everyone, just maybe gay people. They get to put forward somebody to represent their issues.
Yeah.
And then everybody at the table can sit down and say, okay, so what issues need dealing with? Like that's perfectly in line with republicanism as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, and honestly, that sounds like a fucking killer way to do governance, because like that sounds like, you know, with everybody having a seat at the table, and it sounds like the way capitalism tells you it's run, right? Not the way capitalism is run, but the way it says it's run.
the way John Smith envisioned it running. It's
Right.
that it's granting individuals the right to feel freely exchange within the economy and then political life at large. Socialism is capitalism as it was ought to be if you replace private ownership with public ownership. I often say, like, Marx's issue with liberalism was that it didn't hold itself to its own standards. Socialism is liberalism being held to its standards.
Yeah. I like the idea. So, one of my criticisms when it comes to my commie friends is that, like, I love the idea of starting my own business. I don't ever want to work for somebody else. It's part of why I'm so hostile in workplaces. I don't want to have to work on someone else's schedule. I don't want to have to... Fuck, dude. Waking up and going to work for somebody else is so goddamn demoralizing. Like,
Yeah.
I'm a
No, I
human.
totally get you.
I'm a human. I have my own fucking thoughts and ideas. I can create things that have value. And when my more lefterly friends tend to talk about government control of things, I I lash out. One, because it's fun. Two, because the idea of working for somebody else, not the idea of working for somebody else, the idea of having to work for somebody else, it denies humanity in my mind. It denies that there's a person, if that makes sense, or it feels like it does.
No, I totally get you. And what frustrates me sometimes is because they then feel like they're bad representatives of their own ideology. Like from how I understand, like, democratic centralism within central committees of Marxist-Leninist states, is that they insist on the centralism, but they forget about the democratic part, where what's supposed to happen is you're supposed to come together into, like, a union of Soviets to argue your perspective so that you can have, like, vicious debates upon the correct way of doing things. And then this gets passed up along the chain of representatives, where they take your decision and implement it into a hierarchical system so as to be able to provide the resources for you to do what you decided to do at, like, a local level, where the central committee exists to provide for the resources necessary for you to exist. They don't dictate to you what you do. You dictate to them what you need, and then it's their job to get you what you need. But that requires that's the democratic part of democratic centralism. But you then get into the issue with centralism, which is basically like that. If we're declared war on, you need to be willing to subordinate yourself to the central perspective.
Yeah.
Which, in a society that emerged out of the First World War and 7 industrial powers turning on them, I think that's a reasonable thing to come out of. That's materialism. That's what came out of that. I think that's perfectly sane and valid. That's probably not how it's going to end up in today's society. But let me just mention one thing, because this might be this might be interesting to you. There was a city in Munster called Limerick, and it's famous within Ireland because after the outbreak of the Irish War for Independence, its workers seized control of the industry and formed a Soviet. And one of the interesting things about the Limerick Soviet was that the Workers' Council didn't seize like small businesses. They basically said, continue to employ people, continue to exist, but we are going to monitor you to make sure that your wages are actually fair. And unless you're willing to subordinate yourself to our needs, then we will reject your right to exist. Like if you're a baker and just say, like, 3 people are starving, the central committee will come to you and say, you're the baker, feed them. If you say no, they'll seize you. If you say yes, then they're like, okay, we'll allow you to keep existing then. The whole point is that, again, like, there's, some can call that authoritarianism. I understand where they're coming from, but it comes down to that collective understanding that if you exist within a society, you're agreeing to be held to the standards of that society. Where if you want to if you want to receive the benefits from a society, you're obligated to, in return, contribute to that society.
See,
where, yeah, go on.
And I think that's that would be like, I think the major area of disagreement actually with me and a bunch of my more lefterly communist type friends is I actually don't. I believe in enabling human greed to better society. I believe that's entirely possible within like the liberal capitalist framework that we have now. Like we have, and this is from the very loose understanding I have of politics. Something like scraping excess value using taxation and applying it to a UBI would be like my ideal form of governance, of economics, of economic
Ideal for right
governance.
now, or ideal as like end of history, end goal?
I don't know if I believe in the end of history. That's a
Well, no, I just mean like when you say ideal, do you mean like this is what you want the end of history to look like? Where like this is what we have and we never improve upon this? Or is it just like a step along the way because we don't know what the end will look like?
I don't really care for the end. I've never bothered with what the end of the story looks like.
Okay, I'm getting thrown by your use of ideal then because this doesn't sound ideal to me.
So, like, it sounds like the best way we could organize things at this point, right?
Okay, fair enough. Yes, it's a pragmatic solution. It's not an ideal solution.
I think even long term, it would be sort of ideal. It would be like the best possible outcome.
It's. I have to fundamentally disagree just from the left, not the left wing, from the Marxian perspective, that it doesn't in any way address the fundamental class distinction between proletariat and bourgeoisie, where that you still have a class of people who exist to exploit another underclass.
Well,
just because you fund their exploitation doesn't mean you remove that class dynamic.
Well, hold on.
I do have to warn you. It's 11 o'clock, so I have to come off soon.
Okay.
Where like if we want to get into this, we might have to get into it another time.
Yeah,
Unless you have like something quick to add on to it.
No, this would probably take a while to get into.
Yeah, it's like from a pragmatic perspective, I have no issue with UBI as a transition. I think of UBI very similar to how I view rent controls. On its own, it's fucking pointless and useless and will only wreak havoc. But as a part of a package of policies leading us towards something, then I'm okay with it.
Yeah, I think that not just is it. I think it's pretty much the only practical way to accomplish the goals of communism.
In the West, yeah.
But outside of that, I actually believe that it is a good way to organize a society, because you will always have human greed. Even within a communist utopia, you would have human greed, and so the way you ought utilize greed instead of denying it.
You don't ought satiate greed, though.
Elaborate?
Just because humans greed does not mean you have to give in to the extremes of that greed. Just because somebody can acquire capital so as to be able to draw an income exclusively off of extracting the labour of those labouring in that capital doesn't mean we should allow society to function itself that way.
So you think that people should always work?
Oh God, no. No. I'm arguing that perspective that, like, fundamentally, if we were to automate the entire society so that we could produce wealth off of the exploitation of like mechanical labor, not human labor, then nobody need ever work. Now, there are some things like it's like we're probably going to get some industries that just require human labor, like some what's it called, like carers, like at some level there might be like something where we show that like just humans volunteering for those industries produce better outcomes than it being entirely automated, where like from like I guess if you want to do a utilitarian outlook, it would be that we ought to find people who want to do those jobs and we ought to enable them to be able to apply themselves into those situations. We should enable people to work when they want to work as opposed to requiring them to work to meet subsistence needs. That's me long-windedly like explaining the argument that I don't think people like have to work to meet their needs. I think we like because of the information technology revolution, I think we're creeping upon a position where we're able to automate labor for a lot of industries. So we're due like an economic windfall that doesn't require human labor. This isn't going to replace human labor, but it's going to lead towards no human labor being required to produce wealth in certain industries. So it's about what do we want to do with those industries. Should an individual be entitled to the outcome of that labor just because they happened to own that? And then does that not create a two-tiered society? Like, I don't know how much more I want to get into this because I feel like like I'm setting up a conversation that needs longer than 5 minutes to unpack.
Yep, it would. It's why I wasn't like cutting in or anything because I'm like we've got to wrap up if you're heading out here shortly because this is a conversation I'm very interested in having because it is. I would say. Maybe I'm not quite accurate in saying this, but this seems to be the key distinction between sort of an egalitarian capitalist idea and the communist idea is like this distinction that we're getting into.
Yeah, like from my understanding, it's where the distinction right now is social democracy versus socialism without the capitalist infrastructure. And it's right. I guess how I'm of the opinion like that. I have an ideological disagreement with socialists. I have an ideological disagreement with social democrats, but I'll march side by side with them because our immediate aims are identical.
Right.
The Communist Manifesto, anyone who's read the damn thing, there's a section in like part 4 which outlines communists should work alongside capitalists if their immediate aims are identical, but never allow those immediate aims to supersede the eventual aims. Communists should work with social democrats if it's for something like raising minimum wages, universal healthcare, enfranchising people's right to vote and things. But none of these should come at the expense of producing societies that are capable of supplanting capitalist rule. The communists should always work alongside those who don't necessarily want a communist revolution, but they want something we can probably you may not want a communist revolution, but you want healthcare in the United States. So I would argue communists should work with you to get that healthcare because that healthcare will ultimately help in the pursuit of a revolution. And I get very annoyed at communists who argue that's electoralism. I'm not helping you. And I'm like, oh, for fuck off. Your goal is to make people's lives better. And then in the process, try to create the conditions through which you can fundamentally transform the economic mode of production. It's not about the ideal conditions. It's about creating those conditions. And in struggling against the electoral system to work for immediate aims, you can work towards achieving those conditions. Like the United States is not in the position to have a communist revolution. It's just, we're not there. We're not there.
Yeah.
But you know what? We might be. You can't tell me we won't be in the time it takes us to fight for Medicare for all.
Right. Absolutely.
So we should be doing that and working towards changing the conditions, because fundamentally these two things look identical. To advocate for mass political change, you need to organize communities. Very difficult to do an election campaign without organizing. So how about while you're organizing, you just filter people into unions and set up community action groups? There you go.
Yeah. Oh my God. Unions are so fucking good. They're so goddamn important. And I hate that the US is so anti-union.
Yeah, it's a problem.
All right, but
just to hear, because is what I'm saying there when I kind of outlined how I think communists and social democrats can work together. Do I sound like I have my head in the clouds, or do I sound like I'm trying to bridge a gap between two? They don't feel as in conflict to me personally.
So I think that leftily leaning people that. Communists and so on can work with social democrats, can work with capitalists, but the problem is that the reticence to do so, right? The lack of the political will within the groups to do so. Does that make sense?
What do you mean, like the lack of the political will? Do you mean like there's just
The
not enough presence of communists, like within, say, the DSA, to actually like motivate communists to go work for those aims?
So this is getting into the terminally online individuals. It's like the people that these groups tend to have speaking on their behalf are, frankly speaking, assholes and idiots.
If I'm going to be very disparaging, what they are they're the ads in the information market capitalist extravaganza that is advertising space.
Right.
What they're actively contributing to the information economy. I love Twitter. I use Twitter as a means of just shit posting, advertising, and just spouting my thoughts. But at the end of the day, Twitter isn't like if I'm also I'm on the committee of a housing union. If somebody rings me to say, "Hey, my landlord is being a dick to me," I'm not going to say, "Sorry, hold on, I'm tweeting."
Right. No, and I don't think you would, but like you do understand that like there are people who probably wouldn't do that, but come across like they would.
Yeah. Where it's almost like you've come to a problem. Here, let me tweet about that, and then I'll get back to you.
Yeah.
Where it's you have to wonder where like I said earlier, like your politics are what you do, not what you are.
Yeah, and I think like as much as people piss all over Destiny, I absolutely love listening to him because while he is an asshole, he has pushed people in a direction, in a positive direction.
Yeah, I think Destiny is his own worst advocate, where he is a net positive, and I'm saying net positive because the problem is he does so much negative for himself as well, that it's like the way I put it is I blame nobody for hating him and I blame nobody for thinking he's a positive influence, because he's both at the same time. He is both his worst. Do you know the whole the fallout from the mayoral electoral candidate?
I'm still mad. I'm still mad about that.
Yeah. Here's the perspective I hold sometimes. We can argue that Jesus lefties got in the way and fucked over Destiny there. I would also argue, didn't Destiny fuck himself over? Look at how politically ineffective he's become because of his inability to maintain his decorum in these instances where being edgy led to him being politically ineffective.
See, I don't ever see decorum as a valid argument. Fuck that nonsense.
No, it's not about it being valid. It's look at the pattern of events where had he not done that, chances are he would have been an integral part in motivating a shit ton of people to get into that race.
Actually, this is another one we're going to disagree on and would take a fair amount of time to unpack.
Okay.
Because
I'm not saying it's the only reason, by the way. It's just that it's a contributing factor.
It is. It is one confounding variable among many, which would lead to a conversation that takes quite some time. Because
no, fair point.
Spite angry people online and uninformed people online make decisions, and you do have to deal with those, but you should just acknowledge that they do exist, right? Like these very angry.
But no, I feel like this is my argument. Where like fundamentally, like the existence of these people, like Destiny is one of these people. It's someone who's like incredibly inflammatory online, who's like very interested in giving that hyperbolic gut statement that gets him in trouble. But that's not all he is, which is why I get that he's also in net positive in instances. Like put it fundamentally, he's not out there trying to get the next Hitler elected.
Right.
And he has the power to influence that race should he want to. So the fact that he's not, I appreciate.
Yeah. He could be pushing much worse.
Yeah.
He could be, Nick Fuentes.
Yeah. And yeah, I think like lefties get this wrong sometimes, but like if I had to stand, so like if Destiny and if Destiny and Nick Fuentes were both campaigning in the street, and whoever they were campaigning for was going to win, I think it's a surefire argument I'm not siding with Nick. So I've identified the enemy in this environment. And I've said this from day one. In the battle between liberalism and fascism, I recognize that liberalism continuously, cyclically descends into fascism, but it is not fascism.
Yeah.
You can pull liberalism out of fascism while understanding that if left to its own devices, it will descend into it. So fundamentally, the goal is to prevent the decline.
Yeah, and that's always been a big thing with like communist movements. Is like we've got to save this idiot from themselves.
Like it's the whole point of false consciousness and like spreading class consciousness. It's like liberals do not act in their own class interests. It's our job to explain those interests to them.
Yeah.
I can't put it more clearly than this. And communists who don't do this are communists in name.
All right. Well, I'm gonna get out of here because you said you got to roll out soon anyway.
I do. I have a genuine deep-seated problem with saying I need to go at 11 and then do half 11 before I get off.
Yeah.
I love conversation way too much, but it's Mr. Nobody's. I was only expecting this to be like an hour conversation, and to be like 4.5. You're more than welcome to come on to unpack more things. I've thoroughly loved this conversation. I love people who'll get down into the weeds with me about things, so that I can learn more about myself and unpack a lot of the different ideas I have. And I hope it's been the same for yourself. Of like,
absolutely. Yeah.
It's been a very fulfilling and worthwhile conversation.
Yeah, honestly, I don't feel it's ever worth going into a conversation if we're not going to spend fucking forever going on about it.
That's a positive way of entering conversations.
Yeah, I make sure I've got a full fucking day set aside before I go into a conversation with anyone, because I don't want to be 3 hours into a conversation and have to go to work.
Yeah. I get what you mean, yeah.
All right, but I'm going to get out of here, and I will talk to you later.
Not a bother, my friend. Thanks a million for popping on.
Yep. Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. How'd your call go? Fuck off. No, all right. So I've been playing Factorio in the dumbest way possible. I'm trying to keep my carbon footprint low. It's not going well. How are you guys doing? All right. So Wither King, what are you going on about? Hold on, that's not me. That's me. Oh, you're not here. Well, fuck you. All right. Potentially, long story short, the left doesn't hate religion, but there are exceptions because people are people. There isn't a set plan for what the future will look like. Okay. All right. So my plan. Hello? Okay, there it goes. My plan for the moment is that I am going to go and use the restroom, possibly hang out with roommates or whatever, and then around 9:30 I will be back. And we'll play some Minecraft or whatever. I figured, ZahnZee seemed like a really chill individual. I just wanted to chat with him about religion, philosophy, and stuff like that. So, yeah, I'm gonna wrap up. Unless you guys wanted to chat about anything, unless you had any questions on anything. Looks like a no. So, boom, boom. Let's just get this last solar panel thrown down. And then I'm gonna go for the moment, and I will be back later. Oh, electrical distribution is almost done. Nice. And then we just need to go through all of oil production to get fucking accumulators. God damn it. Why would I do this? Alright. Yep, I'm gonna get going. Chat with y'all later tonight. Oh. Hey, what's up? You can't play. You can definitely play this game with a low carbon footprint. You can't play without one, but you can. Hold on. Okay. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna prove you wrong. Right? Hey. Hello, friends. So, you think you can't play with a low carbon footprint? Look at this footprint here. Okay? I've got almost no carbon footprint here. Okay? It's very light. I know there's some pollution still, but hey. And look, it's even dissipating. Now, let's go into my other world. This is, hold on, let's shut off all this other stuff real quick. This is the carbon footprint in my other game. Whole lot of bad going on here. To the point where, hold on, let's let these robots grab everything. The water is literally turning green. And this is actually why I decided I wanted to do a low carbon footprint game. Because I'm like, wait, but the fishies. Wait a minute. No, this is bad. Them poor fishies. And it's far too late to save this world, but we can start a new one. We can start over. I mean, maybe we can save this world. Although, looking at that carbon footprint, actually, oof. Just look at those deep reds. Holy shit. Anyway, alright. Yeah, I'm actually planning on heading out, so I will be back in like 2 or 3 hours to play some Minecraft with y'all. And we'll see if we can't save poor Elmer over in our Minecraft world. But that's gonna be it for right now. In the meantime, just remember, nobody cares.